Let me see your ID, asshole.
What crime do you suspect me of committing? Or about to commit, officer?
Listen here, buddy. When an officer asks you for your ID, you don't ask questions, you answer. When I say jump, you say how high. Do you understand? Now give me your ID.
Well, seeing as this is not a stop and identify state, officer, you need to suspect me of having committed, about to commit, or in the midst of committing a crime for you to ask for my ID. Otherwise, you can kick rocks, officer.
You know, I think the scary bald black guy who knows his rights might be right. Maybe we shouldn't fuck with him.
What do you mean, don't fuck with him? This is what we do. This is how we roll, babe. I said give me your ID now, or you're going to jail, buddy.
Oh yeah? Well, what's your name, badge, and surety bond or insurance number, officer? You know by law you're required to give it to me when I ask. So don't try to deny.
Wait a minute. What did he just say?
I don't know, I really couldn't hear him. What'd you say, sir?
You heard what I said, officer. What is your name, badge, and surety bond or insurance number? You know every officer is required to have one, just in case you violate my constitutional rights. So like I said, what is it?
You know, I think I heard the chief calling us back at the station. Coming, chief! You're damn lucky, buddy. We're out of here.
Wait, where you going, officer? Where you going? I thought we had a thing going. Remember? Name, badge, surety bond number. You were about to give it to me. Come on back, officer. Where you going? Officer! Officer!
Phew, that was close. I told you not to fuck with that guy.
What? Me? You know, you're the asshole.
What if the real superpower was already inside you? The Great Book of Melanin Research reveals 130 years of scientific studies conducted by governments around the world on you. This isn't fiction. It's real research on melanin uncovering its superconductive, photoconductive, cell-protective, and DNA shielding abilities. Yeah, they've known for over a century. Why don't you? Order now and get the exclusive Police Stop Law Package free. That's the Know Your Rights Manual, Constitutional Rights Card, Qualified Immunity Notice and Card, Police Stop Flashcards Volume 1 and 2, the Public Official Bonds Book. Learn how to hold them personally accountable. This is power in your hands, biological and legal. They studied you. Now you study them. Click the link. Get the truth. Get protected. The Great Book of Melanin Research. It's time you knew what they know.
When your star sign aligns with your favorite bars, that's Rapstrology. Available in premium heavyweight, pre-shrunk cotton, designed for durability, comfort, and a fit that lasts. Each one makes a statement in its own way, designed to stand out at concerts, in the studio, or anywhere culture lives. It's more than fashion, it's legacy wear. Rapstrology is about options that speak to your vibe. Every drop connects the zodiac to the spirit of rap, a crossover that's authentic, creative, and conversation starting. Choose from 3 bold text editions, gold, white, and black. Each release marks a new chapter in the Rapstrology story. Volume 1 and Volume 2, Rapstrology tees and hoodies available now.
What up, people? What's popping on this hot-ass Saturn's Day? It is hot. God damn it. And I'm hungry, too. Oh, man. Hot and hungry. I'm the 2 H's. It's never good to be the 2 H's. Hot and hungry. Not a good thing. Yo, let me know if my mic is coming in, everybody. Can you guys hear me okay? Are we good on the mic? What up, Mac Films? I see you the first one in here. What up, Sam Stone? Caramel Soldier. What's poppin'? Says greetings, Naga community. Say it before I forget. I'm down to the March trip. All right, that's what's up. A lot of you guys are in for the Sedona trip. It's looking like it's going to be a bigger trip than than I thought. We got to really plan it out. So shout out to the people who want to hit the Sedona. Hit Sedona for next year. We got Spread Wealth was cracking. What's one for you? I think that's what it's supposed to say. One for you. What's happening? What up, Riri? Summer Breeze, True Knowledge. What up, DJ Sherm? Shawnee 6643. What's happening? Jason Rivers. Generic Godfrey. What up, brother? Let the people know how you like your shirts. I know you got your shirts. Let the people know how you like your shirts. What up, Roderick Rose? You said, what's up, Kev? Disclosure Day was really good. We gonna talk about it, but what up, Adwall L? Was that Quinn's? Was that Quinn's one? Quinn, was it the Q wins one? I think I don't be knowing how to pronounce y'all little abbreviations on here. I hope I got it right. But what's cracking? He says, LFG Kev, I saw Disclosure Day yesterday. Listen, yeah, we're gonna talk about that shit. What up, US Blues or Us Blues? Shalon Mitchell, what's happening? I got you, Roderick Rose. What is that? Jamarok? I have no idea I keep messing that name. Jamarok. Oh, I got it. James R. Rock. James ROC or James ROC. What up, bro? Twain. What up, Dwayne Hicks? What's popping, brother? I'm coming in loud and clear for sure. Mystic Philly, what's happening? Says 2H. Yep, 2H. Hot and hungry. You never want to be the 2 H's. Definitely at the same time. Hot and hungry. I got you, Mystic Philly. Karen Williams. He says happy Saturn's Day. Jelani. I got you, Jelani. Disclosure Day. Just saying. We're gonna talk about it later on. It says, when is the Sedona trip? How you get in? Sedona trip. I'm getting the feedback for the Sedona trip now. We're planning it for the April 2027. That's when my solar return is. So we're gonna do an Aries solar return trip. I've gotten back enough feedback, so a lot of people want to go. So I need to set it up and put it on my website so that you guys can purchase the trip to go with a brother, because I will be guiding you around Sedona since I've been there so many damn times and know it like the back of my hand. So for the people who haven't been there, we're gonna hit up all of the vortex spots, and we're gonna go off the trails where all the good stuff is. You can't stay on the trails when you're in Sedona. You got to go off the beaten path, and that's when you find all the good stuff. So yeah, we're gonna do that. So appreciate everybody for showing up on this double H Saturn's Day, where I'm hot and hungry. But appreciate you guys. Everybody who ordered a package, you should have got your email. The package went out, so you got your email. People are asking me about the Father's Day thing. Father's Day haven't happened yet, so the sale is not here yet. I just got you. The reason I said it last week, I was just letting you know, yeah, there is a Father's Day sale coming, because somebody, actually more than one, a few people hit me up and said, since I did a Mother's Day sale, I'm going to do the Father's Day sale with the t-shirts and books and stuff. So yes, I will do a Father's Day sale, but it's not Father's Day yet. So don't be hitting me up. It's not Father's Day. You can still support. You don't need a sale to support Real Nagas. So you can go over to realnagas.com and purchase the great book of Melanin Research, the hard copy, and get hooked up on everything in here. The Know Your Rights Manual, the Public Official Bonds book, This is the whole police stop law package you get for free when you order this. The book is worth it by itself, worth way more money than I'm charging by itself. However, then you get an extra $200 value with the Know Your Rights the police stop law package, Know Your Rights manual for public official bonds book, the constitutional rights cards right here. This is the new constitutional rights cards right here. You can choose between either one of those, the main one we have here or the civil rights card. And then we also have the qualified immunity card right here. So the constitutional rights card lets police officers know what your rights are and what will happen when they violate your rights. And then the qualified immunity card lets them know they lose their qualified immunity, which is the shield they get when they violate your rights and don't know they violated your rights. But if you inform them before they do it, if you alert them that they're in danger of violating your rights, and then they continue to do it and you get it on camera, they can't claim later that I didn't know. Again, I say this a bunch of times, but I'm going to say this till you guys get it. There's a case called Florida versus Royer that says police officers are obligated to institute the least intrusive methods possible during an investigation to ascertain what happened. So that means if all they have to do is Google the law to make sure that they're not falsely arresting you or falsely accusing you, then that's the least intrusive means possible. So if you alert them when they're doing it, hey, look, officer, you better check, make sure that you don't violate my rights. You about to violate my rights, officer. Then they have to look it up. They're supposed to look it up. And then that comes with the qualified immunity notice right here. This lets them know all the all the Supreme Court cases, or just court cases, period. Most of these are Supreme Court cases. There are one or two that aren't Supreme Court cases, but they're good enough to be Supreme Court cases. And then you can see right here at the top, Malley versus Briggs. It states a police officer or public official loses their qualified immunity. This is a quote from the case. Loses their qualified immunity when they knowingly violate the law or are plainly incompetent. So when you tell them they're in danger of violating your rights, they can't claim, oh, I didn't know. Well, you are knowingly violating the law because I just told you you're about to violate the law. You're about to violate my constitutional rights. And then you chose not to check and see. So I don't want to hear no shit later, nigga. That's how that works. And so you get all of that when you order the Great Book of Melanin Research. Plus you get the police stop flashcards. You need the police stop flashcards. This is for the kids. Trust me, this is the cliff notes that are in the Know Your Rights manual. And most people, they love these cards. Actually, everyone who has the cards love the cards. I haven't met anyone who doesn't love the cards. And this super speeds your information, your learning into the Know Your Rights manual.
Pulled over? Don't guess. Be ready. Police stop flashcards give you the right words and the steps to stay safe. Knowledge you can keep in your pocket.
And also the constitutional rights card.
Freedom isn't free, but it's something we can all carry with us every day. The constitutional rights card is your pocket-sized reminder of the rights that protect you. It's not just a card, it's a shield against injustice. Knowing your rights is the first step in defending them. When you're armed with knowledge, you empower yourself and those around you. Imagine walking into any situation with confidence, knowing exactly what you're entitled to. This card is a tool for awareness, a way to stand firm in the face of adversity. Don't let ignorance be your downfall. Carry the Constitution and let it guide you in defending your rights. Order yours today at KYRF.org and take the first step toward true empowerment.
Take the first step towards true empowerment. Get over there. Again, you can get this for free. The whole police stop law package for free when you go to realnagas.com and order the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy. You will get all of that for free. Plus, you get a t-shirt. You get one t-shirt when you order the books. You can get Rapstrology Volume 1, bam, Rapstrology Volume 2, or Volume 3. Right there. You can get any one of those when you order the Great Book of Melanin Research. Right here, as you can see, all of these dope designs. These dope designs right here. Again, this is Volume 1, so you can get a clearer vision of what the dope shirts look like. Everybody's gotten the shirts. They send me back an email how dope they are. I haven't gotten one bad review. These shirts are off the chain. They're going to be collector's items. No one's ever done this before. And it's really hard work. Let me just say that. It wasn't easy getting this done. Shout out to my artist in Czechoslovakia who be hooking it up. Shout out to you, boy. Shout out to you, baby. But Rapstrology Volume 1. As you can see, Volume 2. Bam. Now these are just MCs. Rapstrology Volume 1 through 3 are just the MCs, individual MCs right here. As you can see, I got the Rapstrology Volume 3 shirt on today. So bam, shout out to me. As you can see what I got on: Biz Markie, Busta Rhymes, Big L, and Ice Cube. Both Gemini. They're the twins. Cool G Rap. Shout out to Cool G Rap. Got Cool Mo D. What up, Mo Dizzle? Dougie Fresh. Razcast. That's the homie right there. Razcast. Fife Dog. Mos Def. Raekwon the Chef. Dr. Dre. That's when he was the real Dr. Dre with NWA. And Common Sense. Not Common, when he became woke and industried out. This is Common Sense. I used to love a comment. So bam. And then we have Rapstrology Groups. This is Rapstrology Groups Volume 1. Bam. And Volume 2. You guys, a lot of you guys hit me up and said you like the blue, so I kept the blue. So Rapstrology Groups Volume 2. As you can see right here, you can get any one of those. And if you want my favorite shirt, this is my favorite out of all of them, is the Woostrology shirt. I had this on when I went to the dentist the other day. Everybody in the dentist was like, oh my God, I love your shirt. Even the dentist was like, man, that shirt is awesome. So shout out to the dentist. I was like, what you know about Wu-Tang? The hell you know about Wu-Tang in this bitch? But the dentist was up on Wu-Tang. So shout out to the dentist, but you can get either one of these when you order the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy. So that is the way you support right there. No, and again, as I told you last week, they took me off Patreon. They cut my Patreon channel off. They just wiped out all my subscribers, all the hundreds and hundreds of subscribers I had on there. All my videos, I had like at least close to 100 videos on there. Wiped out everything. Had my Patreon for 10 years. So there is no more Patreon. But I'm building up my subscription website for the people who do still want to go and do the status classes. I'm putting up the status classes on the website, just taking a little time because it's a hard build. It's not an easy thing. You know, you can turn your subscription website pretty easy, but to put all the content that I had on there on Patreon is taking a minute. So it will be up before the end of the month. So you'll be able, for people who I had on there who are on Patreon, who were subscribed to the status classes, you will be able to still go back and subscribe to the status classes. And the same deal applies. Once you're able to explain the paperwork, I will give it to you for free when you subscribe. So just hang on with me. It's coming. It's going to be even better than Patreon. I'm going to offer also live status classes. The status classes I did are off the chain. I'm going back through those, and there's so much information in those. Man, I didn't even know all the stuff I was giving you. I'm giving y'all too much, actually. As I go back and look at the status classes, I'm giving you guys too much information in that shit. I'm like, holy shit, I gotta cut this out. Let me cut that. Let me go. But it's a whole lot of information I'm giving you in there. But I will be doing live classes as well because there's some new information that's come out. So when the subscription website is up, hopefully you guys get over there, and especially the people who are already signed up to the Patreon, you get over there and resubscribe so that you can get this information. As well, I'm going to be doing just live personal things for anybody who wants to subscribe, for just membership stuff, live streams just with the members, subscribers. Nobody on Rumble, nobody on YouTube, just going to be us. It's going to be us. And you get to call in, you get to talk, we get to talk personally and all the rest of that stuff. You get to interact. So again, just hold on for the subscription website. Appreciate you guys who were supporting. But again, get over to realnagas.com. That's the best way to support. Yo, did you guys hear any of that? Damn it. Yo, did you guys hear anything of what I was saying? Where did I leave off? Where'd you guys? What was the last time? What was the last thing you guys heard? So basically, I was saying the best way you guys to support. I don't know where you guys. I don't know where did I leave off? I don't know how I was on mute. Uh-oh, what happened? All right, so now I think I'm back. Oh, okay, yeah. So the status stuff. All right, I think that's where you guys. So status classes, yes. So I'm putting them all on my. For if you didn't, putting them all on my website. The subscription is almost done for the people who you subscribe, who are the hundreds and hundreds of people I had subscribed to Patreon. Hold on, just wait on. It'll be built out by the end of the month. And also, I'm going to be doing live classes because there's some more information that come out. But man, he says, what'd you say? You was on class number 4. I was still on class number 4. Well, I'm going to be putting them all back up. And I edited some of the stuff out because I'm giving you guys a whole lot of information in here. It's so much information in those classes. So you guys, trust me, I should be charging way more for how much information is in those classes. You guys can learn to be sovereign with it's 20 something classes. You guys can learn to do this. You can get your status on the first 4 or 5 classes. But I put 20 some odd classes in there. So again, for the people who were signed up, make sure you just hold on. It'll be up before the end of the month. Appreciate you. Also, for people who want to get in and do live membership stuff, where only membership only stuff, where it's just going to be me and the members, and you guys get to call in or stream in, and we get to talk personally, live interactions. We're going to be doing that. So again, appreciate you. And again, we have a goal every live stream. Appreciate you for helping me get to the goal. I need you even more now that the Patreon done slid me out because of the Khazars. I was talking about the Khazarians. I think that's the reason. They didn't let me know. They just kicked me out. Didn't even tell me why. But if I had to guess, it's most likely because of the Khazarians. But as you know, I have a donation goal every week. So appreciate you guys for helping me get to the donation goal. All right, everybody. Whoa, hold on. All right. So let's get into this information. Oh, real quick, and also for the people, I put up the commercials, but for people trying to get into the Know Your Rights Foundation, as you can see, what just happened, it's not going to stop until we make it stop. You see what happened with KARMELO? We're about to talk about it in a minute. It's actually our first story, but it's the first story I got. But as you've seen what happened. I know you're like, well, they're just gonna railroad us anyway. No, they can't. If all of us get involved in the law and take over the goddamn system, how can they railroad us? They can't. But it's not enough of us. It's not enough of us out there. His appeal has a pretty good chance. But again, it needs to be enough of us out here who know the law. In the world, there are less than half of a percent of the world knows the law. Again, half of a percent of the world knows the law. In America, less than 4% of melanated people know the law. Less than 4%. And these are people who are graduating with law degrees. Less than 4%. And they're graduating with degrees in entertainment law, business law, all that type of stuff. Not criminal law, which is going to save your ass. You Know Your Rights Foundation, or the Know Your Rights Foundation, is a law school. It's the first of its kind. Community built from the ground. Law school. I've been studying law for 30 years. That's where my credentials come from. 30 goddamn years. That's how I can teach you this stuff. So again, get over to kyrf.org/volunteers and sign up. We need all of y'all. Every single one of y'all we need in here, bam, as a volunteer. So we get over here, KYRF.org or knowyourrightsfoundation.org. Click volunteers, get over here, click this message. When you get the message, yo, we take a minute. We don't have interview classes every week. So if we send you back a message, it may take a minute. We'll let you know when the interview time is. This time it's the 24th of the month. So if you want to get in for the interview class for the 24th, make sure you go and sign up. But if you don't hear back, we hit you up. And if you don't hear back from us for a minute, we'll send you another message. Look out for multiple emails from us, just so you know. We didn't forget about you. We just didn't do the interview at that time within the time frame. So when we do it, we let you know. And so make sure you get out there, or you check your email and your spam so that you can get in here with us. All right. So that's that. All right, you guys, let's get into it. Oh, my eyes. My contacts aren't that great today, everybody. Woo. And yes, I'm a little dehydrated. I know I'm supposed to be doing the cleanse. I'm supposed to be all hydrated, but it's too much stuff going on, and it's hot as hell. So I got a lot of fans going on that dries my eyes out. So bear with me today. Appreciate you, Roger Roche. Thank you for the cash app, brother. For the super chat.
May the force be with you.
He's giving you 20. He says, giving you $20, Kev. To almost spent on the Mandalorian. Thank the Lord. And for more white folks, I got in free. Oh, that's funny. He says dosed off the sun. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, I heard Mandalorian and Grogu suck. I haven't even seen it. I refuse to put that whack information into my head. I will not. All whack content, I don't have to watch it. I can just have the memory of the good stuff. I don't have to put all that whack bullshit, that feminist bullshit in my head that they're trying to change society with. I don't have to listen to that. I don't have to look at it. I don't have to even know it's there. And that way, my psyche stays intact. I don't have to crash out on them tearing up my goddamn my Star Wars, goddammit. All right, everybody, let's get into it. KARMELO. We talked about it a few times on this damn thing, but now the verdict has come through. I knew it was going to come through when first of all, when they only took half a day. Last Saturday was when the prosecution rested. And then the defense, they came in and they did half a day. And then the next day of operation, work day was Monday. And then they had a 3-hour break at the beginning in that day. And then they closed the case, basically only did half a day worth of work. The lawyers, they only presented a case for like half a day. I'm like, oh shit, here comes the fix. The fix is in. I'm like, the fix has to be in. These lawyers suck. He lost. Let's be honest real quick. He lost because his lawyers suck ass. Or they did it on purpose. And we get to the PsyOp part of it in a little bit. But was this on purpose? Did they railroad KARMELO, the defense, railroad KARMELO on purpose? Because look at all of the turmoil and strife that it's caused. The division in society that it's caused. You think that's by accident? You don't think they didn't engineer that on purpose? They knew melanated people are the most emotional and would get the most upset by the verdict. They had to weigh it out. If we let KARMELO free, will white people be more mad? Or if we put him in jail, will black people be more mad? And they weighed it out. I think the niggers will be more mad. The niggas will be more mad because they don't have any power. They'll see it as, their last bit of hope. They have no hope left in society. They'll just bring them all the way down. Fuck it. Let's throw the little kids to the wolves. Now, again, we saw how it was in the fix with the fix was in with the jury. The fix was in with the jury. How they, out of 600 candidates, not one was melanated. It's supposed to be a jury of your peers. They kicked the last 3 melanated women out because they said they were educators. And the case had to deal with a kid in school. And because he was a good kid in school, that would have made them biased towards him because he was a good student and they were teachers. Get the fuck out. Yeah, they were crip walking for real to not get no black people on this jury. They were crip walking for real. And then it worked. Why? Because they're in a mostly white county. Now, the county apparently is supposed to be racist. The county that the person that the county is named off of was a slave owner, and so is his kids. But the population is 10% black. So it at least should have been 10% black people, melanated people, on that jury. At the very least. But he's a jury of his peers. At least it should have been half. I'm saying half. If it's going to be a jury of your peers. Why? Because they understand the mentality, the language, the communication is different within different cultures. That's just how it is. And so the prosecution kept trying to play up on the fact that he was the aggressor. This is what, see, again, when you're in law, you have to pick out certain points in law. And let me focus on that, especially if the rest of your case is very weak. Let me focus on these points that I want to nail home to the jury so that they understand this is all we're dealing with. Because the rest of the case may look weak, so we're not going to focus on there. We're not going to focus over there. We're going to focus over here. Over here. Look, hey, look over here. What are you looking at, jury person? Look over here. We're looking over here, okay? Over here. That's what they do. No. Over here, buddy. We're looking over here, okay? Like, motherfucker, wait, what's that? Don't no, don't look at that. Buried under the covers, deep down under the floor, in a safe, locked up. No, we don't looking at that. Like, let me take a look at that. So, aggressor and provoker were the 2 words that they were focused on. Why? Because the Texas law says you can stand your ground unless the attacker was provoked. Now, it's not that way in every state, but I don't know why the hell that is in Texas. If the attacker was provoked, then boom, you lose the stand your ground thing. Now, I'll say this, that follows Supreme Court law. That does follow Supreme Court law. This is why you guys need to get in here and learn the laws. You won't be as emotional. There's a case that gives you well, it doesn't give you the right. It actually tells you that you can say anything you want as far as the First Amendment unless you incite violence. It's called the Fighting Words case. Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire. It's called Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire. And in that case, it says you can say whatever the hell you want, but if you know whatever you're about to say is getting ready to incite some type of violence, then you lose your First Amendment protection because you knew you was getting ready to start some shit. Yo, Samuel Moore, appreciate you, brother. He said hydrate. He said hydrate, brother. Yes, sir.
May the force be with you.
That was funny. He said hydrate, brother. So I think I will. Thank you. Thank you, sir. So you can say anything you want unless you think it's going to start violence. So what that means is if I call my friend a bitch ass nigga, that's not fighting words because that's my friend. And we just may be playing around and I know he's not going to do anything. If I say you a bitch ass nigga, right? Because we fucking around. But if I say bitch ass nigga to somebody I'm in an argument with, you a bitch ass nigga, you a hoe ass nigga. If I say any of those things to somebody and I know that we're in an argument and saying those things could escalate the argument into some hands-on, the laying on of the hands. Come here, brother. Let me lay my hands upon thee. If you turn it to Reverend Lonnie Love from Martin, anybody remember? was my man David Allen Greer played Reverend Lonnie Love. Let me get the laying on of the hands. If you know your words is going to lead to a laying on of the hands, then you can't say that. That's against the law. Now, will the court prosecute that? Not necessarily. However, unless it comes to a case like this is the only time you may find it guilty. They won't just be like, oh, I'm gonna arrest you because you said. They want to arrest you for saying fighting words. That usually won't happen. But what will happen is if it leads to a fight, you can't claim self-defense when you are the provoker in the fighting words. Now, I'm just giving you the law. I'm not saying that that's what KARMELO did. I'm just giving you the law. Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire, right? So now he said, the Reverend Lonnie Love. Gina, let me lay some hands upon thee, Gina. I'm with you, Reverend Lonnie Love. I'd have been laying my hands all on Gina too. Come here, Gina. Let me pray. Pray with me, Gina. Come here, Gina. But Reverend Lonnie Love laying on of the hands. But so again, that's just the law. Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire. Now, you can't say anything, can't piss people off where they may smack the shit out of you. Because if you do, when you go to court, you say that you can't claim self-defense. Now, that's the law. Now, was Carmelo Anthony the aggressor? Was he the aggressor in the case? Whole lot of things going on. Now, from what we got, I'm going to play some videos in a second. From what we got, he was walked up on. Charlie J. Scott, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the cash. Yeah.
May the force be with you.
Appreciate you, bro. Man, we are at, for the cash app today, we are at $80 for the day, $80 for the donation goal. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. Let's get them in. Let's get them in. So, now, was Carmelo the aggressor? This is what they kept trying to put on Carmelo. The provocateur, provoker, the aggressor, right? And this is what they brought the 20 witnesses in, and every one of them kept saying that they asked him, was Carmelo the aggressor? But did he provoke? Did Carmelo provoke Austin and all this and that? And everyone, so they were coached to say yes. All of them were coached, right? Because all of their testimony didn't match up to the testimony they gave police right after the incident happened. So they was all the testimony was bullshit. It was all messed up. They were coming in. So obviously they were coached to just make Carmelo out the aggressor, the provocateur, because that's how you get the conviction, right? Based on the law as it is written. So now there were people who saw the video. You know, they introduced the video in court, but they said it was a grainy video because they didn't have a 4K device to play it on. But then there were other people who did see the video, who went and they requested to see the video from the school district or whatever, and they got to go see it. And they said Carmelo was jumped. Now I'm gonna play some of those videos in a minute. Now there's only one video going around of a brother who said it. The brother who said it, and then they tried to debunk him, saying he was a pedo and whatever. Now he may be a pedo. If he is, kick rocks, fuck that nigga. But that doesn't negate if he saw the video, what he saw in the video. Two things can be true at the same time. But then there's other people, other ladies who did see the video, and all their stories corroborated about Carmelo being jumped. They walked in from a different side. Boom, boom, Carmelo. They walked up on Carmelo, didn't give him no space. You know, they saw a ruckus under the tent because they couldn't really see any punching, but they saw a whole bunch of commotion under the tent. They could see behind the tent. Carmelo came out behind the tent. He kind of crab walked or slid on his butt from out behind the tent. Then somebody pulled him back in. They did an Al Pacino. Just when I get out, they pull me back in. They did the Al Pacino from Godfather 3. Anybody remember Al Pacino? Just when I get out, they pull me back in. That's what they did to Carmelo. When they do that, First of all, when they walked up on him, it's self-defense. It's self-defense all the way around. But I'm going to tell you why they got KARMELO. Self-defense all the way around. This is the part of the video. But the reason they're going to get KARMELO is because they said once he was walked up on, Austin stood up. Now, according to the testimony, they were arguing. They were talking shit. Like KARMELO was over there chilling with his homeboy Eddie, who turned out to not be his homeboy. That nigga's a bitch. Who said that Austin was like his best friend, and he barely knew KARMELO until the goddamn defense had to pull out all these goddamn pictures and shit of him chilling with KARMELO on different occasions. Like, nigga, ain't this with you with KARMELO, nigga? Wait a minute, what about that right there? What about you right there? What about this right here? What about that right there? Oh well, some bullshit was in. Some bullshit was in, right? Yo, follow me. I'm only gonna say this once. You know, and the homies showed Charleston already admitted to playing a character, so his involvement would make this what? Oh, Charleston White. Oh yeah, we about to play the Charleston White and everything. I'm just setting it. I'm just setting up the whole thing. We about to play all of those videos. So, Charleston, he came in because Charleston was against KARMELO at first, and then he started talking to the family. He saw the video, said he was jumped. So his story corroborates all those other people saw the story. But this is how they got KARMELO, because the people who gave the testimony, the witnesses, you know, most of them were either white or half white or mixed, and they all went to the mostly white school, and they all said they were acquaintances or they were friends of Austin. So to me, that's bias. You already have a bias. When you come in, you're going to already say KARMELO was the aggressor because you like Austin. So the defense should have tore those. I mean, even though they kids, not really kids now, they 18, 19. He should have ripped them a new asshole every time they said KARMELO was the aggressor. Okay, well, the aggressor. Okay, in your mind, KARMELO was the aggressor. Okay, well, if somebody walks over to you when you're sitting somewhere where you perfectly have the right to sit, and then someone comes over to you and they tell you to do something that they have no right to tell you to do, and then you stand up for yourself, are you being an aggressor? That's the question he should have asked each and every one of them. When you stand up for yourself and you refuse to be bullied, do you then become the aggressor? Because if that's okay, then you're saying anybody can come up and just tell you what to do, and then you're obligated to do it. He should have broke each one of those kids down their understanding of what provocateur or what aggressor was. Like, nigga, these little niggas is 18. You should have destroyed that word aggressor and provoke. He should have destroyed those two words, because those were the legal words in the law that, that gave their case power. So how they got him was they kept saying that KARMELO, when Austin stood up, he had his hand in his bag. And he said, touch me and see what happened. Now, this is why it's so important. He should have had melanated people on the jury. Melanated people in the hood, we know when we say, touch me and see what happened, that's a warning to not touch me. It's the same thing as if white people say, fuck around and find out. It's the same exact thing. But see, in white culture, they know their lingo. They know when they say their slang, oh, he didn't mean anything by it. He only meant this. He only just meant if you mess around with me, I'm just going to show you what happens when you mess with me. That's what we understand in the hood, but our language is different. So any melanated person would have been able to understand that and communicate that to the jury when they were deliberating, either changing their minds or causing a hung jury, because everybody needs to be unanimous in order to convict him. So if one melanated person would have been like, nah, he wasn't provoking him. He was just letting them know, don't fuck with me or I'm going to defend myself. One melanated person could have brought that to the light. But no, they kicked him off the case, right? They kicked them all out of the jury. So this is why he got convicted, because the defense attorney sucked. He didn't call the brother. I don't know how the hell you don't subpoena the brother to testify when on the film it was both of them bullying him. And then after the testimony that he gave after the incident, both of them said that they approached KARMELO and told him. So again, how the hell don't you call the goddamn brother when he admitted they approached KARMELO? And that's being an aggressor. When you're approaching somebody to tell them to do something that you have no authority to tell them to do, you are the provocateur. You the aggressor. So then it gets into, they were arguing. KARMELO said something about his football team. Like they just tried to make it seem like KARMELO was just some crazy nigga with Tourette's. He just jumped out. He started talking shit about his football team. And then he said, "I'll beat your ass." And that's when Austin said, "I'll beat your ass." And Austin jumped up like, why would KARMELO said to a 6'1", 613-pound linebacker, "I'm gonna beat your ass." And the fucking defense attorney didn't jump all over that. This is how you know it's all bullshit. The defense attorney either was paid or he didn't want to get seen as getting KARMELO off because he has to live in that community and he didn't want the backlash. So here come, this is let me show this right here. So this is one lady who was there. Her name is Nika at Night. And she was giving her account of what was going on. So check this out. And basically, she was saying that she felt like he was set up, but she was there every day. She from LA, and she flew down to Texas and was in the, in the trial every day. So check this out. Now, I'm about to put a link because I know this is a very, very volatile topic that we're dealing with today. So I'm about to put a link in. If you want to get your words out and talk about what happened, I'm about to put a link. You have to have StreamYards to be able to get in here. But for the people who want to voice your opinions on what happened, I'm about to put a link in here so that you can log in and you'll be backstage, and then I'll call you up to stage one by one and you can give your your opinion on what happened in the case. So I'm about to put the link in now as she's talking, and you guys can link in and I'll put you backstage and then we'll talk about it. So here we go. Here's the link. Bam. So the link is in the chat, in the super chat. So this is Nika at Night. Here we go.
I'm wondering if the reason why the defense stated is white. So where is the reflection for Carmelo Anthony? Been said so far, it's said for a reason. I'm wondering if the reason why the defense stated that he loved camping is because there's going to be a link to why he had the knife or why it was in his bag or something like that. Now, today they showed that Carmelo Anthony,
he brought up the fact that Carmelo loved camping, but didn't link it to that's why he had a knife in his bag. Nor did he say that Carmelo had the knife in his bag. It's a utility knife. So I was saying that it was a cleat sharpener. There's no such thing as a cleat sharpener. All you do is remove your cleats. So you have a device to remove your cleats. You can do it with a knife. You can do it with a pick or whatever, right? So he had a utility knife. I would have been like, yo, he had the utility knife to remove his cleat spikes, because you need something to remove the spikes out of your cleats. So they could have said he had it in his bag for that. He didn't do none of that shit. Like, nigga, what is wrong with you? You have to give a reason for why he had a knife at the goddamn in his bag at the track meet. One could have been because he loves camping. He goes camping all the time. It's a small utility knife, only 3.5 inches, like this big. So it's below, 5 inches is legal. So it's well below legal limit. was legally, he had it legally in his bag. It was against school policy, but he legally had it in his bag. But you could have said, yo, he just goes camping. Or he had to pull out the spikes out of his cleats. You could have easily dispelled why he had the knife if you said he uses it to pull his spikes out of his cleats. But no, this is why I think the defense the defense sucked ass, man. And they got $800,000. I mean, they got $600,000 for the defense. What the hell did he get paid for? He could have got a public defender to give him, and he could have got all of this with a public defender. But here we go.
Takes a lot of photos. Okay. He has several photos with this one student that tried to downplay them knowing each other. They were able to show, hey, look at you and such here. Like you and he, or Carmelo, he in your house. He like y'all together here, like y'all playing basketball. Like the student tried to downplay, like, oh, I only seen him 2 or 3 times. It wasn't really nothing. But then you see that their relationship is much more intimate than that. So you see clearly he's lying about his association with Carmelo, which then proves that he's most likely lying about a lot of the details that he's saying that clearly show you that he was a big instigator in this. Now, Austin approached him. Austin was the biggest one. And what they thought from listening to all their testimonies, Carmelo is a little skinny black boy. You got these big linebacker white boys, and then you got all these black kids that are also vouching these big white boys. So they felt empowered to like, oh, this is like, they thought that he was a buster, like, oh, like, you're a little punk. Like, basically, that's what all of their testimony proves at this point, that they looked at him, they prejudged him based on him being small, and they thought that they can punk him. And they thought that they was going to be able to punk him, and he was not going to defend himself. Okay. I believe that he defended himself. However,
now, what I want you guys to do is pay attention to what she's saying. Because the reason why I'm showing you her video first is real simple. She's there in court. Her being there in court, listening to these witnesses, which are in fact friends with the Metcalfs. But you guys know how witness testimony should flow. There's certain buzzwords that they all keep using. And, she'll get into the specifics, but in hearing the testimonies from these kids and even reading it online, it really seems very much coerced, okay? So she is boots to the ground. And I want you guys to listen to this part. Carmelo Anthony has always stated that he defended himself. Now that we're getting deeper into this case, Carmelo Anthony was jumped. He was. If you guys go back to the first and only press conference that his mother and father did, because his mother and father are married, they're still together. There's no baby daddy, whatever you guys call it. They're in a household together. His mother is a nurse who stopped working to be a stay-at-home parent. The father.
All right, I'm gonna get back to the
in a pocket. I've learned if some force, I don't.
God damn, girl, shut up.
You got glasses on. You can't.
This girl talking too damn much. Sorry.
Called by the prosecution to defend yourself. You get what I'm saying?
Now, some of them, they have been coerced by the prosecution
to defend yourself. You get what I'm saying? So it's like a catch-22 type of situation. So they've proven that, and all of the students that were called by the prosecution, they sound extremely rehearsed. A lot of the comments that they're making are not natural conversations that a teenager would have. And it's not natural that every single teenager would use the same buzzwords. All of them are using the exact same buzzwords.
First of all, you said, I'm watching somebody. Yeah, the reason is because these live streams that they have when they're breaking this stuff down is long as shit. And to go watch her directly, you have to go through a 2.5 hour live stream. So to get the exact excerpt that I want to talk about, some people have already cut it out and broke it down. So I can just go to them and give you that cutout where I don't have to go through a 2.5 goddamn hour live stream to show you that shit. Now, do you understand? Or you can go watch somebody else. Shit, you don't gotta be in here, nigga. Fuck's wrong with you, nigga? Don't get me started, motherfucker. You ain't got to be up in here, nigga.
And it sounds coached, it sounds rehearsed, and they sound like they're lying. Okay. However, regardless of them lying and regardless of them bullying him, because it's like, okay, he bullied you and they're wrong for bullying you. And
now I have to jump in because I believe.
So that's the bullying part. So this girl Lakeisha, she talked a lot through the whole damn video. So she kind of annoying as fuck. Some people don't want to give the news. They want you to hear them giving the news. They don't give a shit about the news. Now, it's cool if you are entertaining when you give the news, but if you just run in your mouth, you just want to talk all the goddamn time over the person who actually has the news, then you need to shut the hell up and let that person give the news. What are you doing? So I want to show you the guy. So the main guy who said that he found, or he went and saw the video. There's one guy, main guy, who said he went and saw the video, and then there's other people. So I'm gonna show you this main guy first that everybody saw. This brother. He said he was supposed to be a staff member at the school. He had saw the video, whatever. But then they came out and debunked. They didn't debunk him. They didn't debunk his testimony of what he saw. They just debunked his life. They tried to say that they tried to discredit him. So here it is.
It's bad. It's super bad. I didn't think it would go this far, but it's actually going this far. We all know everybody not going to feel the way some of these white folks feel and some of these black folks feel. We already know there's going to be some radicalized individuals on both sides. We know they're going to be overly whooping. But for it to get to this point, man, it is tough. Let me show y'all a little bit what's been going on.
Whatever you talk about the motherfucking lie, and you motherfucking know. I don't give a fuck. Whatever you talk about the motherfucking.
Now, this guy is Jake Lang. Now, this is what I'm trying to tell you. This is a PsyOp. This is what I'm trying to tell you. There's a big PsyOp to cause dissension between, or racial strife. This is intentional. They're trying to cause some type of racial backlash in America. Who's trying to do it? Who would benefit the most from this giant distraction of a race war in America? Who would benefit the most? Anybody? Can you guess? Just spitballing here. But who would benefit the most if America all of a sudden turned on themselves and stopped looking at, oh, did somebody put it? The Zios, yep, the Khazars. Wait, somebody. Yeah, I think yeah. And you know how you know? Because this dude right here, Jake Lang, who calls himself a white supremacist or whatever, pro-white or whatever it is, he not white. Jake Lang, first of all, he was just arrested for making terrorist threats at KARMELO, saying if KARMELO got off innocent, that he was going to have to take him out himself. So, and then he said it was just a joke. No, it wasn't no joke. So now his ass is in jail with $1 million bail. Now what, bitch? See? Now that's fuck around and find out. But Jake Lang is not white. He keep going around talking about white people chimping out this and that, all that. This motherfucker Jewish. Motherfucker Jewish. Not to mention, Myron, do y'all know Myron Gaines, who was on Fresh and Fit? Now he's kind of pivoted to political speech. And so now he's trying to do what Charlie Kirk did and trying to be the new black Charlie Kirk and all the rest of that shit and go to all the schools and talk. So he's at one of these schools and he was talking, and then a white supremacist walked up to him and started saying, why do we shoot? You don't need to be able to talk to black women. I mean, the white women, white women don't need to listen to what you say. Why should white folks listen? I mean, he was on it, right? So Myron Gaines usually is a white ball gargler because he's not black. He'll claim I'm not black. I'm not, because he's not from here. He's born in Sudan. He's Muslim. He has melanin. He's melanated, but he'll say he's not black, which that's true. Melanated people should not be all put under one goddamn canopy like you're all the same. Asians don't do that. Cambodians are different from Filipinos, are different from Koreans, are different from Chinese, are different from Japanese. These are all different motherfuckers. None of them are the same. People from Thailand, Vietnamese, these are all different people. But because they got slanted eyes, do you think they all think the same? That's dumb. So to think the same thing about melanated people, that because we all got melanated skin, we all melanated, that we should all think the same, is dumb. So Myron is right in that aspect. However, his ball gargling of white people goes crazy when he acts like they built the greatest thing in America and all the rest of that, the greatest thing in the world and all that type of shit. Like, no, motherfucker, your people did that. And they stole it. They stole all of your information. They stole your history. And they're using it against you now. So, but Myron had this goddamn interview. The white supremacists came up there, started shitting all on him, right? Shitting all over him. We shouldn't do this, we shouldn't do that. Then turned out the white supremacist said he's Jewish. So you have a lot of white supremacists, so-called white supremacists posing, or Khazars posing as white supremacists and starting shit. Look at this. They're posing as white supremacists because they had to get designated as white by the law. They're not white. Caucasian people at the beginning of the 1900s, before they got classified as white, they was thought as niggas. The Khazarians, Jews, whatever, they were thought of as niggas before they got legally classified as white. So the fact that these niggas, oh, we're white and white supremacy and all, nigga, that ain't you. That ain't you. But now you see who's trying to cause all of the dissension within the communities.
Fucking lie. Hey, you motherfucking go. I don't give a fuck. Whatever you talk about, the motherfucking lie.
Is he saying chimping out? That's crazy word. Nah, this ain't the only case going on like this. We still got Chud, the builder, that's locked up for a situation similar to this.
But hold on, let me get to the guy who said he saw. So there he's showing all the chaos and turmoil outside of the case, and he's saying that both people are starting shit when it's not really that. It's this motherfucker who came, this Mossad agent. He says he's giving up his Jewish hair. His mom is Jewish, but he says that when anybody who knows anything about the Judaism, when your mom is Jewish, that's when you're really Jewish. That's when you're really a Jew, when your mom is Jewish. So his mom is Jewish, Russian Jew. He says he's foregoing that. Now he's Christian. This is why he can claim white supremacy, right? But he's showing up, causing all this bullshit, right? But this is the guy. Wait a minute. Where is the guy?
I tried.
So watch this. This is the testimony from Austin. I mean, from
on what actually took place from his point of view.
There was this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at the track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless.
When they say he started getting aggressive and talking reckless, he said, move me and see what happened. That's talking aggressive and getting reckless. He said, you make me move. That's what they deem as reckless, talking reckless. Him saying, make me move. Standing up for himself.
And my brother stepped in and said, you need to move. And he's like, make me move. Also grabbed his backpack. The kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I look at my brother, and I'm not going to talk about the rest. So that's just what I saw. And I tried to help him, but
it was just senseless.
He lying his ass off. That's why he's not going to talk about the rest.
It was really senseless. Really, I don't know why a person would do that to someone just over that little argument. It's just crazy in this world.
That little argument. He acted like they were just talking, and he pulled out a knife and stabbed him. Nigga, your brother pushed him. He put his hands on him. Your brother, who's 6'1", 213 pounds, according to the coroner, the time of the death, and then at the time of Carmelo's arrest, he's 5'9", 130 pounds. Look at that. Your brother is 4 inches taller, 4 inches taller and 83 pounds heavier. That's like a weapon. That's the equivalent of a weapon, of someone having a weapon. Not to mention the fact that it came out that he beat his father's ass, broke his father's collarbone. These niggas was bullies. All of that shit came out.
Well, nowadays, how people just up and do that. Like, that man has a family, that man has people that care about them all the time. And he did everything for our family, too. He was a strong man. He was a strong kid.
All right, so if you ask Metcalf, they didn't know Carmelo at all. He walked over there to the tent, asked him to move. Carmelo instantly got...
So this dude is a coon. He trying to walk the line and act like he trying to be unbiased, but he's not getting all the story. So here's the story about the brother right here they said they tried to debunk him by discrediting him by saying he was a pedo.
No, it was we about to hear right now.
The video was on 2 hours. Was it clear enough, or was it fuzzy, or what?
No, it was clear. It was clear enough where you can see the actual individual raindrops come out of the camera.
Okay.
That's how clear it is. You actually see them walking up. You see that Carmelo's already up under there. He's under there minding his business.
Dodging the rain, or
yeah, it was still rain. You know,
right.
So that day we were under a tornado watch. Right. We were under thunderstorm warning, and we know we had already had some light rain then, and it started raining again, and it was over with. Okay. So that's kind of what happened on that day. But they were at a rain delay already, and so during that time when that happened, the twins, their 2 buddies, and a few other kids. There was a few kids involved with them. They were all coming from the direction of the middle school, coming walking back up. Right. On the video, you can see those 4 that actually was involved, and maybe about 3 or 4 others that was with them, skipping up, trying to catch up behind. One veered off probably toward his way to go to the coach and kind of distract him a little bit. And then the other 4 came walking together. One who went in front of them went past. Right. The other 4 went and they surrounded Carmelo. You know, if you're Carmelo,
and they showed it on it.
Right, so far, that's completely different from the story Lil Bro was telling.
So you see how they surrounded Carmelo. He had no room to move. He had no room to move.
Because Lil Bro
that's exactly what they say.
Okay.
And right here, because if you look anywhere else, you might miss different things. Okay. So why put it this way? They actually tell you.
Completely opposite stories for real.
It's on the video.
Okay, come on.
You can see them.
I'm gonna say little stuff.
I'll put it this way. They actually tell you when you're watching the video, pay attention to this corner right here, because if you look anywhere else, you might miss different things. Okay. So watch those 4. Here, there 4 right there coming up. Right. That's exactly what they say. Okay. And so you have no way to be confused.
So he's saying when he saw the video, the people are directing him when he's watching the video to what to look at. And then they show him, look at these 4 come from out of the screen into the video. This is what he's being told by the people who's showing him the video. Watch these 4 kids come into the video. Look for that. Look on the side. So Carmelo was sitting there by himself, and 4 kids came from a different part of. They weren't even there. They came from a different part of the field, and walked up to him.
That it's those 4. Okay. So they come up, they surround them, and it's an immediate moment of not even a few seconds of pause. Then that's when they jump. And so
they actually did jump him.
Yeah, it wasn't just no touch. It wasn't just all that moment. Yeah, it was a push. It was all kind of things. But Austin pushed, Hunter hit, and then everybody swung. But at the same time,
so it's more than the twins that got some licks. So it showed that in the video.
Yeah, in the video. So again, you got Hunter and Austin standing in the middle. Okay. And you have the light bright boy here, and you have the dark boy here. Okay. I think that's what I remember. So I have to go back and think about it. But that's where they were. One was going.
And notice how. Watch this.
Light bright boy here, and you have the dark boy here. Okay. I think that's what I remember. So I have to go back and think about it. But that's where they were. One was going up and down while he was talking, and kind of pushing or whatever he was doing.
Now, see how he's saying how one boy was going up and down, sort of pushing or whatever he was doing. That's very important because this one boy walking on the side. Apparently, he wasn't really in it, or he was trying to distract somebody. So he was just walking up and down. Remember that, because I'm going to show you the other people who said they saw the video too.
Austin and Hunter was in front. So where they're talking about grabbing bags, Hunter actually said that I grabbed his bag. Right. And then later on, he said that Austin threw the bag. Okay. Jeff also said the same thing. And so that's them both antagonizing. And we know under Texas law, I just have the fear that you're about to do something to me and you can get up out of here. Yeah, so you ain't have to touch me. But at that point, he still stood there and stopped there. And whatever they say alleged was said, you don't know that until they get into it here. But once they did that, they started hitting him. Carmelo actually was able to back out and try to get away. So he was actually trying to get away the first time. Austin grabbed him, and you can see his hoodie coming out like this, and they brought him back in. Okay. And when they brought him back in, that's when you can see Austin put in the headlock. You can see that all the rest of them are still hitting. That must be when
that's the only thing that the other people didn't corroborate was the headlock. I don't know about the headlock.
And when they brought him back here, but once they did that, they started hitting him. Carmelo actually was able to back out and try to get away. So he was actually trying to get away the first time. Austin grabbed him, and you can see his hoodie coming out like this, and they brought him back in. Okay. And when they brought him back in, that's when you can see Austin put in the headlock. You can see that all the rest of them are still hitting. That must be when the poke happened, because he was able to get out again. He backed out. He looked to the right. That's where the other little kid was filming. But they got some cell phone footage too. But that's where he was filming. He looked directly at him in his camera, and then he went this way to the left. He went down. He fell, and that's when they realized he was gone. So they were still punching. And when he fell, that's when they all turned around. They started chasing him. Austin.
So he said they were still punching. Now this is all. This is a whole lot. Now again, the women don't necessarily say when he fell down he was still punching and all that, but they corroborate all the other stuff.
Tried to go chase him too, but he grabbed his chest. I guess he realized that something happened to him, and that's when he went down a little bit and he fell down. But all 3 of them were chasing. But Carmelo was so fast, he got away and went around to the coach. And so you can see them on the video pointing toward Carmelo and the coach. And I can imagine, because Carmelo out of the camera on that moment, that he was telling the coach what happened. And then that's when Hunter said he whipped his head around. That's a true statement. He just wasn't sitting with it. He whipped his head around. You see him on the video, and that's when he walked over to where Austin was, but he never touched him. So all that stuff about him bring grenade and hold his heart, and he never did that because the coach grabbed him and he was holding him. So at the end of the day, that's kind of where the moment went. But they did assault him, and we'll just play the game. Even if it was just a push, you still assaulted him because he was unwanted. By your own definition in your word of him saying that leave me alone and I'm not going, you assaulted him, period. But they did beat him. And if you look at the, not the photo that Fox 4 put out, because that was one that they actually edited, I have the emails to prove it, But the actual Collin County one, you can see the webs and stuff on his eye. You can see the bridge of his nose is swollen. You can see the webs under his neck. And so that's the reason why they edited the one from.
So this is how they try to debunk. Oh boy! So watch this. This is how they try to debunk this dude. Some other dude came out. This white guy found this guy and tried to debunk him.
A lifetime register to blur out some information just so you know this stays up. But this is Morris Dwayne Turner, and he's a lifetime registered ex-offender after he apparently picked up a high school boy, took him to a hotel, did what he did, brought him back to the school with hickeys on his neck. Right. So how long have I been recording this? 8 minutes and I should be good. How the he was at a school at a track meet? I have no idea. Right. So I find it highly unlikely that anything this man said is true. That this registered ex-offender was at a high school track meet. And
what's that got to do with anything in the video? See, this is how they try to debunk him. Because he did some stuff in his life that was illegal. That means that he didn't go see the video. Debunk that. Don't debunk some shit that happened to him legally in his life. That means like he motherfucker can never tell the truth again because he did some illegal shit in his past. That makes absolutely no sense. Can you never tell the truth again because you did some illegal shit? That's dumb. So that's dumb. Now, that's them. Now watch this. This is so this brother right here, he had these ladies on. He had these other ladies on who were. So check it out. So I'm gonna give you both of these. One, this is the first night. He had these ladies on. Now check this out. This is one lady who said she went and she saw the video too.
So Kira, let's get started, Kira. You seen surveillance of the incident involving Carmelo Anthony, Austin Metcalf, and others, even his brother, right? You've seen this. You've seen the surveillance,
Yes,
right?
I did.
Could you let the audience know where did you go to see it and who did you have to contact to see this video?
Okay, I had to contact Frisco ISD and fill out a request, open a record request to be able to view it. And once I filled that out, they sent me an email back. And from there, they wanted me to schedule a date. They showed me the available dates and time for me to be able to view the video. And honestly, I had picked July the 14th, but we kind of had some family issues going on the 14th, and I wasn't able to make it.
Mm-hmm.
So I emailed her back on the 14th and kind of let her know what was going on. So from there, she rescheduled me for the following day, which would have been July the 15th. So I went in there probably around about, I can't remember if it was 10:30 or 11, but I went in that morning. And then I also viewed the video with a gentleman by the name of Mr. Lee. He's on TikTok, and he has a live channel often. You know, he kind of talk about it as well. But me and him, we went in the room together, and we both viewed the video.
Okay, so they're asking in the chat, did you post it? She could not post. She can't post the video because the way you see the video. Go ahead, Kira.
I had to sign a disclosure, and on the disclosure, of course, you know, we couldn't record it. We couldn't even take a phone in. So as soon as you kind of go in the room, they have you to set any devices that you might have over to the right on a little small table. And then from there, they walk you into like a conference room. And once you get in that conference room, they close the door. And there is probably about a 47-inch TV that's hanging on the wall. And since the TV is not that big, what they had us to do at that time was like stand directly in front of the TV. So we stood directly in front of the TV and we watched it, but we were not able to record anything.
Right, which sounds like protocol, right? Because it's a legal case, right?
Right.
And they don't want people actually using it for their own advantage and posting it on social media for their own advantage and everything, right? And for their own benefit. So that makes sense to me. And shout out to Big Bad Bull for posting Kira's Facebook link in the chat. Thank you. You guys see Big Bad Bull posting the link in the chat. Please click her link and join her support group. So before we talk about what you've seen, what prompted you or motivated you to even think to try to see this video? And how did this transpire where other people even started going to see the video too?
Okay, well, it kind of started out like, of course, because I'm kind of in the area. So I seen it on the news, of course, the day that it happened. And at first, I kind of, because I had lost a child not long before, this incident. So I was like, this is not acceptable at all, So I kind of formed a judgment when I shouldn't have, but losing a child is just a tragedy anyway. So then from there, I kind of got to listening to some of the comments and what the news was saying, and it just wasn't adding up to me. Mm-hmm. So at that point, I kind of took my feelings out of it, and I was just I wasn't sure about it at that time. So then from there, there's a lady by the name of Tiffany Billions, and she is also on TikTok. And she is an advocate. She's in the Dallas area. She's worked on some other cases. So at that
all right, I'm going to skip to what she saw because she is kind of wordy.
She started and finally, like the last time she tried, only 39 people showed up and seen it.
Okay, so for anybody that don't know what Miss Kira Answorth is who Miss Kira Answorth is referring to is Tiffany Billions, right? She has a platform on TikTok. I don't know if she has any other platforms, but I know she has a platform.
She did have one. She did have one on Facebook, but since all this been going on, there's
hold on.
So from that point, Tiffany Billions put the word out, and that's how you heard that there actually is a video.
That is correct.
So subsequently, with you knowing this information, it motivated you to want to go see the video.
All right, let's get to the damn.
When they showed you the surveillance footage, I'm going to get your account first, and I want to talk about how your account and what you've seen, and several others that actually seen it after you, even Tiffany Billions that seen it before you, different, right? I want to talk about the difference in what you've been hearing during trial and what you actually seen. But before we talk about the difference, I want you to tell me exactly what you've seen on the surveillance footage involving Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf and others.
Okay. So it started out, of course, it just seemed like a peaceful day, just a regular track day. You could see a few kids like out on the track kind of stretching. And of course, the cameras was over on the home side. So over on that side, on the bleachers, you could see it was very limited people on that side, but you could see a few people sitting there. They had the umbrellas up. Of course, you could kind of see little raindrops trickling off the bleachers and off of the umbrellas. Over on the other side, of course, that's where all of the students were sitting over on the other side, which would be the visitor side. It was a distance across, but it was zoomed in. It wasn't blurry. The footage was very clear. You could see everything. So the lady, which her name is Michelle, she basically told us where to watch. She told us, as far as Carmelo, to watch under the canopy. She showed us, let us know that he had on a gray hoodie. And then she said, and also you're going to have to watch over here, which was all the way to the far right of the screen. And she basically let us know.
Now, do you see how she says somebody who was showing them the video was directing them to what's in the video, telling them, yo, this is over here. The same thing the brother said. So, they had the same experience. They both went and saw the video. Because they both said the same exact thing about the person showing the video, giving them direction into what they're seeing on the screen.
That the group of boys would be entering in this direction. So that's letting you know that it's more than one boy that would be coming in through that other direction.
Right.
So you see Carmelo sitting under the canopy. You see that he has his head down, and it looked like he's looking at a device, which I would assume would be a phone.
So let's stop right there.
Okay.
So in the video you seen, let's make it clear. It was 4K.
It was very clear.
It was 4K and it was very clear. It wasn't this grainy video, blurry video that they saying that they couldn't hardly make out in court.
No. Anything that I was kind of looking at, you could make out everything. You could see people moving around. You could see people
walking.
So
you could tell that was Carmelo Anthony.
Oh, yes, sir. And then, like I said, and Michelle, she also let us know that when we first got there.
Okay.
But yes, you could see him. You could see him in a gray hoodie. You could see him looking down. He was probably about on row 5 or 6 sitting up in the bleacher, and he was kind of sitting over me looking at it. He would have been to the right corner of the canopy. But, of course, him sitting there, it would have been the left corner.
So it came out that he wasn't even all the way up under the tent. It was almost like he was halfway under, halfway out, whatever.
Right. Like maybe if the wind was blowing with the rain, of course, the rain would have been hitting his back.
Okay. So he was minding his business, looking at his phone, and by that time he had already probably dapped up the friend that he knew that went to Memorial.
Right. If they had to already do that, because like I said, he was already sitting there when the video came out.
Okay.
So and then they also had like part of the canopy cut off, so it's kind of like you could only see the right section of me viewing it. It would have been the right section. I could only see that section, but over on the left hand section of the canopy, you could tell that it was full of other kids because you could kind of see their arms, you could see them moving. So you knew that the other section of the canopy was full of students, but you just couldn't see that section. If that makes sense.
Okay. No, that makes perfect sense. So so Carmelo was sitting down, minding his own business, looking at his phone. Okay, you can go from there. Go ahead and go from there.
Okay, so like I say, he was sitting there for probably about, I'm going to say good 7 or 8 minutes before this group of boys did end up coming through the main gate. And when I say the main gate, all the way to the far right of the screen would be like a...
So he said he was there for about 7 or 8 minutes before they came over. So this goes back to one of the other, I'm not going to show all the ladies because, he actually interviews all of them. And homeboy is kind of wordy too. This nigga wordy as hell. Like, I appreciate old boy for bringing the ladies on, but goddamn, this nigga's live stream. He'll never get through it. I mean, he cuts his. I mean, goddamn, this is annoying as fuck. This nigga. But the other ladies say the same thing. But one of them also said that they saw the brother. I forgot the brother's name. But Carmelo, he was sitting there. This goes what she was saying. He was there by himself for about 7 to 8 minutes. They saw one of the brother came over to Carmelo, and then he left. And then that's when all 4 of them came back. So what the brother did, he probably was the one that told Carmelo, you can't be here. You can't sit in the tent. But Carmelo came over to talk to the dude, his homeboy, who was his girlfriend's friend. Like they were like cousins. So he came over to talk to the dude. They called him over there to talk to him. So that's why he was in the tent. So Austin's brother goes over there to tell him you can't be here. Carmelo's like kick rocks, EAD. And so he leaves to go get his brother because he knows his brother's probably the one, the bully, the one who beats on everybody and talks shit, right? So he goes, gets his brother and 2 other dudes. So 4 of them, those 4, they come back over, and now it's 4 of them. That's why they say they saw 4 dudes coming into the picture because the brother told Carmelo to leave. Carmelo didn't leave. He went and got his brothers and those dudes. That's why they all came over there. The punk ass brother went and got the brother. So basically, he essentially got his brother killed. Because if he didn't go get his brother and tell him that a dude who's sitting in the tent who has every right to be there is there and won't move, his brother's still alive.
Medical facility. I guess that's kind of where they go in if they have injuries or something like that. So over to the side of that facility would be like the main gate. And on that main gate, when they come in, they walk down the platform of the bleachers, until they decide when they want to walk up. So KARMELO would have been sitting probably around about I'm going to say maybe around about the 42, 43 yard line, somewhere in there is where that canopy was set up. So there were different groups of kids coming through. So at first we just really wasn't sure which one was that group because like I said, we kind of thought a few groups might have been them. But of course those groups didn't go to the canopy. But one thing that I did notice before that group was I seen a kid walk up to the canopy and he turned. And when he turned, his body was facing the home bleachers. But he was standing on side of the canopy.
KARMELO's friend in the tent is like half Filipino. He's mixed with Asian, something white and Asian or some shit like that. Or black and Asian, but he's mixed.
To where it looked like he would have been saying something to this group was I seen a kid walk up to the canopy and he turned. And when he turned, his body was facing the home bleachers. But he was standing on side of the canopy to where it looked like he would have been saying something to KARMELO. And it was brief because when he walked up, a small kid in a yellow raincoat, they walked up pretty much, I'm not going to say with him, but they walked up around the same time. But the kid sat at the very, very bottom row. And I always thought that the one in the yellow raincoat was a small kid because their demeanor was just different than a teenager. And they kind of were moving a little different. They just seemed young to me. So that kid sat at the bottom row. And then the one boy, he walked up and he stood on side where KARMELO was sitting. He only stayed there briefly for maybe about 5 to 7 seconds. And then it seemed like he walked off briskly, like, he was headed to go do something. So that young man, he walked off and he went in the direction that the group came from. So this is just an assumption and this is just what I think. I almost feel like that was Hunter. And I feel like...
See? She saw it too. Hunter went over to go get his brothers. Hunter walked over to go get his brothers.
He went and got the other group. Or if that wasn't Hunter, I feel like that person left and went and got the other kids. And the reason I say that was because of the way that they approached. So that kid walks off and I'm going to say maybe about 3 minutes later, that's when we see this group come through this main gate. As they come through the gate, for sure at that point that was them. If you've ever seen somebody kind of like amped up, you kind of see them talking, moving their hands in the air, like, hey, I'm going to go do this. You kind of see their hands moving in the air. And then one or two of the boys that was at the back even did a light jog. Like, they were trying to get there. So once they did,
so how many people do you think was going
in that group?
Yeah, in the group moving briskly towards KARMELO?
It was honestly more than the 4 that approached. I'm going to say maybe about 6.
6
I want to say, right. One of the boys broke off well before he made it to the canopy.
Yeah.
And then I think one kind of walked past the canopy, like maybe went on past and went up. But he did not. It was only 4 out of that group that did walk up. And when I say walk up, I'm really going to say run up. I'm a little ghetto. So I'm going to say they ran up on him. Like if you've ever been in a situation and you've been ambushed, it was kind of like they ran up on him not to give him enough time really to see them coming. So they kind of ran up the steps and they basically got right in front of him. The one that was also...
So before you keep going, when you said they ran up, you could tell the way they was approaching these people, this group of people, up to 6 people, 4 to 6 people, the way they approached KARMELO, it was almost in an aggressive way or urgent way.
Oh, it was. Most definitely it was.
Okay.
And like I said, it was only 4 that did run up to him. Like I said, one broke off before, and I think one went on past and maybe went up in the bleachers. But as far as going and surrounding KARMELO, it was 4. And they kind of like ran up the bleachers and was instantly at him. And you could also notice that the one that was Austin, as he was going up under the canopy and as he was getting closer to KARMELO, he knelt down. So he was like in KARMELO's face, like nose to nose. Like, he had his face like over KARMELO's face because by the time he noticed them, they were already over him. So it wasn't like he was just standing up.
So he kneeled down, he in KARMELO's face talking shit. What? He in KARMELO's face? Come on, man. You know how that is with us in the hood. And homeboy in Austin also does MMA. That's the other thing that the defense attorney didn't introduce. He didn't introduce anything into Austin's background. How he was aggressive, how he whooped his dad's ass. He broke his dad's collarbone. He beat his dad up twice. They didn't bring none of that shit up. Like, what are you doing? So, here we go.
Up on the row in front of him, they were basically in his foot space. So in the same row as to where his feet would have been resting is where they were standing. And of course, Austin is a tall guy. So like I said, he knelt down.
You're saying they were that close to him?
Oh, yes, sir. They were. And that's why I've always said they blocked and they hindered his movement. So it was kind of like this was planned. This was premeditated because, and it also seemed like organized crime because how do you even know as being a teenager to go and basically block off his movement because that's exactly what they done.
When you say block off his movement, I remember what you told me on the phone, but I don't want people to think that I'm leading you to say what you told me. When you say they kind of blocked him out, what kind of shape you said they made around him? Do you remember?
So the boys were pretty much shoulder to shoulder. So Austin would have been directly in front of Carmelo. And what I assumed maybe, and I'll tell you why in a minute, why I feel like it was Hunter that would have been to Austin's left. And then from there to Austin's right was another boy and another gentleman. And then from there to the other side of him was another one. But I want to say the one to the 4-4 right, I feel like he was a little nervous because he was kind of pacing a little bit. You kind of see him doing like a little pacing.
Hold up. There you go. It's on and popping before you get that close. Let me say, I've said this countless times. If you know that some shit is getting ready to go down, you do not let somebody get in your face. That is the surefire way of getting knocked out or killed, as Austin saw. You don't get up on somebody aggressively unless you are fighting. You don't get up on them to intimidate them. That ain't how you intimidate somebody. Jump. No, that's not how. No. Because somebody who really about that life is either going to swing and hit you right in the chin or pull out a weapon and they got you. Just like what happened. So he fafoed. He fucked around and found out. But again, in white world, that would have been fine because they understand that language. But in our world, it's touch me and see what happened. They don't understand that. It's the same thing as FAFO.
So you can't tell at first it was verbal, but like I said, they were pretty much like me. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm a fighter. So the moment you would came and got in my face like that, it was a problem.
So I know you said it almost seemed like they made like a C shape. That's what you told me on the phone. Like
they did. And then and even at another point, you could also see a young man walk behind him as he was sitting there. So basically he was blocked all the way around. And what made it even worse was that he couldn't even stand up. And then I'm hearing, reports that saying Austin didn't want to fight. Well, if you didn't, you can ask somebody something by not being in their face. So why would you and 3 others go and block him in a seat where he can't even stand up? And then I'm hearing people say, well, he could have just ran. Well, hell, you got to be able to stand up to run.
Shout out to Keisha in the building. No captivity. That's right. You got to be able to stand up to run. Absolutely, sis.
Right. So like I said, they basically blocked him in his seat. They stood over him. You can kind of tell it was verbal, for a short period of time. And then from there, you see movement. You see like a sudden movement. And the very first movement came from Austin. And the reason why I said the one that would have been to Austin's left would have been Hunter was because he was almost in sync with Austin. As soon as Austin made a move, it was almost like instantly the one to his left also made a move. And like I said, I don't want to say...
See, both of them made a move at the same time. 2 niggas made a move towards Carmelo at the same time. As soon as Austin moved, the other nigga moved. So, real quick. Yo, Curtis Neal, appreciate you. Thank you for the cash app.
May the force be with you.
We are at $95 for the goal today. Everybody, let's get the goal. Let's get the donation goal, everybody. We're at $95 for the day. Appreciate you for everything y'all do.
You're going to say that, I seen them punch him in his jaw. And I seen movement, and the movement would make me think that it was like a hitting motion. Right. Some could have been trying to grab, but what I seen with their arms moving the way that it was moving in their body, I would say that they were hitting. If they wasn't hitting him and they wouldn't clean, they were at least hitting towards him.
So when you say they, right, because the way it's been painted in court so far is that it was only Austin and Carmelo with the physical, with Austin actually making the physical confrontation towards Carmelo. It's been said that Austin was the only one that actually either put his hands on Carmelo, grabbed his shoulders, or did the lineman move. I've heard different versions and pushed him out of his seat. You're saying they as if it was more than one person making contact with Carmelo.
That is correct. That is correct. I can say for sure that I saw movement coming from 3 of them. And like I say, the boy to the 4-4 right, he kind of was a little bit out of my view, and I didn't want to just kind of like glaze off and look over there at him and miss something here. But I can say that one was moving, but he just kind of seemed antsy. I don't know if he was nervous. I'm not really sure what he was doing.
Now, see, that's the one that the homeboy said, it was some guy to the side just walking up and down. He said, pressing, and I don't know what he was doing. That's the same thing. That's the same guy who was just on the side, walking up and down, just not doing anything.
But as far as like going toward Carmelo, it was the 3 that was directly in front of him for sure.
So after you seen this visual of multiple people making physical contact with Carmelo, what did you say Carmelo, what did he try to do? Because they're saying that Carmelo didn't try to, back up from it initially, where he was just all with the shit. He was just all with it. What did you say you seen Carmelo do in the midst of all this?
I could kind of see his body thrusting back. And like I said, his body kind of went back in a hard motion. Like I said, they were kind of in front of him, blocking some of the view, but you can see his body go back. I don't know if one of the boys grabbed him and pulled him back, or if he was just trying to regain his balance and come back forward. But
now, do you see? Same story. Homeboy said he fell back. Austin grabbed him and pulled him back in. She says he fell back, but I don't know if he got pulled back. So same thing. He fell back and he came back in somehow. Like he was trying to get, so same goddamn story. It looked like he was trying to get away, and they snatched that nigga back into the tent.
You do kind of see his body rock back, and then you kind of see it come forward.
What you just said. Now, you told me this story, right? You told me this already, your account or what you've seen. I heard this from you before I actually seen the video of the man on the screen, the guy that went viral, the black guy.
Right, right. And that's going to be Dwayne.
Now, you're saying his name is Dwayne and you're actually familiar with him and you know him.
Yes. I know of him because, like I say, pretty much a lot of the people that did go and see the video, I'm going to basically know a lot of them just from TikTok and us kind of, all telling what we saw and stuff like that.
So the reason, and if you haven't hit the like button and you're watching, if you could just be so.
Hold up real quick. Since Kung Pao Chicken is on hold, I'm doubling up with you. Appreciate you, Samuel Harris. That's hilarious. Oh, that is funny. Appreciate you. We are at, where we at today? We're at 130 for the day on the donation. Thank you. Appreciate you, brother. That's hilarious.
So kind. Just hit the like button. If you don't do anything else, please hit the like button if you're watching this and you appreciate the reporting that's going on. Surveillance that they said didn't exist in the beginning, right, Kira?
That's correct.
Okay.
Up to 4 times they said there was no video.
Right. So the account.
The school district tried to hide the video for months. They said there was no video. People tried for 4 and 5 times to go up there and see the video. And they said it was no video. Then I think a lady went up there with a lawyer or something like that. She tried on her 4th time or 3rd or 4th time. Then they finally brought out the video.
That you just gave where Carmelo actually stepped back. He went backward first initially, and then it looked like he was pulled back in. That's the same thing that Dwayne said.
Either he was pulled back or either he was just trying to maintain his balance and come back forward.
That's the same.
You do kind of, like I said, right, you do see him jerk back and then kind of come back forward. And then like maybe
before you say that, before you keep going, I just want to point out that is the same thing that Dwayne on the screen right here said. And I haven't talked to Dwayne. I don't even know Dwayne. I know him from what everybody else seen, the video that's been going around on the internet. But he said the same thing you just said as far as you seen a backward motion by Carmelo, and then it seemed like they pulled him back in. But go ahead, go from there, sis. Go ahead.
And there's probably about another 15 to 20 people that I know of that basically tell you the same thing. They all seen the video. And at that point, like I said, you still see movement going on. And then kind of what let you know that Austin had been poked was at that point, you see Carmelo finally able to get away. But you can kind of tell, I don't know if Austin's weight was on Carmelo or if he kind of had him in a grip. But it's kind of like he had to push off of.
So Austin pretty much most likely fell into the knife. As they were fighting, he fell onto the knife. That's what happened.
Austin a little bit to get his body to move backwards. And of course, you got to think about sitting on a bleacher. So it's like he had to use his arms to sling his body backwards. And then once his body kind of went backwards, he was able to kind of kick his feet around a little bit and then jump up. So like I said, all of this time, Austin's weight or by him grabbing him, something Austin still kind of had him pinned a little bit. So like I said, he backpedaled a little bit using his hands, pushed his body back. And then at that point, he was able to jump up. Once he did jump up, he ran up about 2 to 3 rows of the bleachers. And once he made it up, he jumped. You could tell he was kind of scared. You can kind of tell, like, his heart was racing.
So by the time he was able to get away again, that's possibly right after the stabbing had already happened.
Yeah, right. And I felt like that was the only way that he was going to really get away. I felt
by the way it looked, the optics, by what you watched, it was almost like you understand why he used assistance to get them off of him.
I do. And then, like I said, once he ran up the 2 or 3 rows of bleachers, he was like frantic, and all of this happened so fast. So you see him real quickly. He looks to the right super fast, and then from there he turns back and he looks to the left. Yep. So this is just an assumption. I feel like he was trying to find a path to be able to exit, and I feel like he didn't go to the right.
That's what that dude Dwayne said. He looked to the right, and to the right would have been the person filming him. He said there was a kid on the side filming him. So he looked to the right. This is the exact same thing. This nigga said the exact same thing. Yo, Dwayne Hicks, appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. Thank you, sir.
May the force be with you.
Always hooking me up on the live streams, brother. Appreciate you, man. We're at 2:30 for also, and then Sharice Reed. Hell.
May the force be with you.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you for the cash apps and the super chats. We're at 233 for the donation goal today. Thank you, guys.
Right, because the right, there was other bleachers took. It's an assumption. I feel like he was trying to find a path to be able to exit. And I feel like he didn't go to the right because the right, there was other bleachers to the right. So that means he would have to go a long ways over just before he would be able to cut to go down. But he was sitting in the very first bleacher. So that's why the very first canopy. So that's why I felt like he ran to his left because, of course, there was no other canopies to his left.
So that's that right there. Now, Charleston White, he says, so Charleston White was, everybody was on Charleston because he was shitting on Carmelo. You don't bring a knife to a fist fight and blah, 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 this and that. You football. Now, again, the people who are saying that you don't bring a knife to a fist fight or you need to use proportional force are idiots. They're fucking idiots. If somebody's to beat you, you don't get to pull a knife. When somebody's beating you, you got to use your hands. Do you tell that to a woman who's getting beat by her husband? Do she got to use her hands? If she's in a fight with somebody who's bigger than her and stronger, do she got to use her hands? Do you tell that to a little kid who's getting beat up by a bigger kid? No, you tell a little kid, in the hood we do, we tell a little kid, pick up any goddamn thing that's heavy next to you and knock the living shit out of anybody who's trying to fucking bully you. That's what I was told. Let me tell you right now. That's what I was told. Somebody bigger than you, you look around, you grab a brick, you grab a rock, you grab something and knock the shit out of them with it. So Charleston White, he was tripping at first, right? Then he said he talked to the family. Now he done became a friend of the family. Like he a full-fledged friend of the family now, where he's I think the father works on he's touring with the father is touring with Charleston White because he lost his job because all the people came up to the job, was messing with him on the job, doing fake buys and then leaving, and then or leaving, leaving crazy notes and harassing the car dealership. So he had to leave that. So Charleston White gave him a job. They kept talking about that he had wait a minute, they kept talking about that he got the money from the GoFundMe or whatever. They didn't give him that. He wasn't able to get that. They took that shit from him. So he had no money. So check this out. So this is Charleston White. He called up Anton Daniels or whatever his name is. And because Anton Daniels kept trying to say that the KARMELO verdict, he was going against KARMELO too on the verdict. Till Charleston White called him like, "Nah, nigga, you got this shit all wrong, bro." Now Anton Daniels be trying to walk that line. He a Republican and he trying to ball gargle Republicans and shit a lot. But a lot of stuff he say is actually true. So you got to kind of, again, take everything that he say as it comes. But you got to call balls and strikes. You got to be an umpire around here. That's what you should be anyway. But here we go. Check this out.
He has no business on me. They wouldn't even let the fact that these two white boys, 6-something, almost 200 pounds, are trained mixed martial artists. You got one on one side. These boys are barhand destroyers. The one he killed broke his daddy collarbone. These kids have a reputation of sexual misconduct, drugs, alcohol, guns. They are terrifying.
That is down in the area where you was born and raised too.
I've been here. I told every black person in the beginning, I won against the family. You know why? When I looked on the press conference when that killing happened, he's standing with a bunch of civil rights activists, civil rights lawyers, not criminal. I got
talking about the father and the son.
The black, they don't know where they get a lawyer from. They've never been in trouble before.
Yeah.
The lawyer showed up. Why? Because the black people came with a narrative that white people hadn't put out yet, that this was about race. We did this to that family, nigga. All the niggas that claimed thought race into this. This wasn't a racial issue. This was a bullying issue. This was a school bullying issue. This had nothing to do with race. Two white boys bullied a new nigga that was favorable to everybody. They said he wasn't supposed to be under the tent. He had every right to be under the tent. He was just under the same tent last week with these same kids.
Yo. LAI podcast, or I think it's how you LAI podcast. Appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat.
May the force be with you.
Thank you for the super chat, everybody. All the love, the donation love. We're at 253 for today. 253. Thank you guys.
You know who went in the tent? The Metcalf brothers. Why? That was favorable to everybody. They said he wasn't supposed to be under the tent. He had every right to be under the tent. He was just under the same tent last week with these same kids. You know who went in the tent? The Metcalf brothers. Why?
Said the Metcalf brothers weren't supposed to be under the tent. They were suspended.
They were the ones suspended. So that's why the narrative come in and said Carmelo was suspended. He wasn't supposed to be on the check. No, the Metcalf brothers were suspended a week prior. That's why when they showed up, they hadn't seen the nigga. Everybody else was comfortable with it being there, except the two bullies who scared everybody. The coach didn't give them permission to run nothing. Children can't run anything over children, and this is other schools here. The Metcalf brothers was just coming back to school from their suspension from the track meet. The coach texted them to keep good leadership, not run nothing.
Yeah.
They had to use that text to make it like they gave him authorization. How would Carmelo know he has authorization to tell him to move and he's physically trying to move me?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll talk about it.
So apparently they're saying that the Austin and them got a text from the coach saying that they were in charge, but that's not what it said. It said keep good leadership, and they took that as we in charge of the tent, and you got to get the fuck out. But they don't own them benches, and he wasn't even in the tent. He was sitting halfway out of the tent, and only like his legs were inside the tent, pretty much. A lot of his body was outside of the tent already. So
these black people, these civil rights lawyers, this is what we do to one another. The Ben Crump, the Lee Marys, all these motherfucking people, y'all think somebody, nigga, they put their ambulance patients. That black man and his family, black people throughout the country, gave their money and not their heart and attention to this family. And they raised them.
They had been suspended and they had just came. So what Charleston White was saying the boys were suspended from the school, and this is their first week back. But so they didn't know Carmelo was just kicking it in the week before with them cats with his homeboy in the same tent. He was already kicking it. So when they came back, they didn't know who Carmelo was. That's what he's saying, that they were suspended and then they came back off their suspension, that they were there. They was under the tent, and Carmelo, they didn't know who Carmelo was.
The GoFundMe up so high, they made this family a target to every black lawyer, civil rights. Look, they got $800,000 in a GoFundMe. They could never get the right kind of lawyer. Why? They paying for the money, and that's what happened to this family. So you got the black community activists go out to a redneck town with a liberal mindset, liberal lawyers with no power in this cracker town. You got to go get a good boy from now. They got somebody from the outside to go fight inside, and none of them people in that courtroom respected them docile ass tackles in there.
I just spoke with I was just
real quick. Appreciate you. Thank you, Transcendental.
May the force be with you.
So this is all beforehand. Recently, though, Charleston and the family are like this. Like he taking care of the family because they brought him over and broke him down with everything that happened. They showed him the video. They showed Charleston the video. So that's when he changed his mind. He was like, oh, this nigga got jumped. Like, what the fuck? They jumped this nigga. That's when he changed his mind. That's when he hired the father onto his traveling team. What do you call the entourage? It's not his entourage. It's his it's part like he's like security or something like that when he travels and does his comedy events. But I forgot what it's called. But he hired him, he does all of that. So he in with the family now. Like he embedded with the family.
Talking with Sean Kent. Sean Kent is the lawyer. I just interviewed him on a live. You on a live too, see, just to let you know.
So let me finish it because I gotta get this out, homie.
No, go ahead. Do your thing.
Black people did this playing racism. It took away from the fact that these was actually two children and not two racist boys. These was two children in a sports event. Have you noticed we haven't heard no children speak, whether they need counseling, therapy for the aftermath of a death?
Now, I don't agree with him there. He's saying that black people made this racist. No, they didn't. Black people didn't make this racist. White people made it racist. White people made it racial. When they heard that a white kid got stabbed by a black kid at school, they made it out to be a thug stabbing a all-American white kid, good student, all the rest of this shit. That's what came out. That narrative started coming out. And then Melody, people like, nah, nigga, that ain't who he is. They jumped on it and tried to reverse the narrative. But white faggot world, MAGA with the MAGA, the whack, MAGA is all faggot now. They all F-A-G-A. If you MAGA, you F-A-G-A. MAGA is faggot. So all the faggot came out and they started going at him. He's a thug. Look at him. This is what happens. Black people are the most aggressive people. They're the most violent people. excuse me, all they do is attack white people. Blah, blah. I mean, they just jumped all on that shit. They just jumped all on it. Now, again, when they came out, melanated people had to stand up. And so then they made it racial. Then melanated people made it racial by saying, well, if it was a white dude who killed, excuse me, it was a white dude who killed a black kid, and the black kid was the one who was the aggressor, and he was bigger. He was 85 pounds heavier than the other kid, 5 inches taller, 4 to 5 inches taller, and 85 pounds heavier. There's no way they would be saying that the white kid shouldn't have done what he did, because the black kid would have been seen as the monster. See, this is how they see black people, the more aggressive, the more violent. So if you had a black dude who was bigger than a white kid, it would have been okay. Because, of course, black people are the most violent people. And this is what they do all the time. It just punk people and touch people and all, right? So this is where the narrative, the battling narratives came out. And was like, no, if this dude was white, and then this is how it got racial. Based on the fact that white people thought, they started talking about how, you know, how much of a thug KARMELO was for doing this and bringing a knife to school and all that. And then black people, melanated people had to counter the narrative. That's when it became racial. It wasn't black people was on it first. White people tried to make it racial and him a thug, and then black people had to counter the narrative.
It's funny. They went out there and silenced every kid. And they made kids change their story. Why? Everybody's testimonies was changed from the original statements given to the police. How can a kid have a murder case and he never stood up to kill anybody? He stood up out of fear and ran. Well, where did he run to? Directly to the arms of a school teacher with tears in his eyes, asking, is this white boy okay? He's initially, every police report that they got said this kid had tears with empathy and compassion. But this is what I'm saying, and I sit in this closet to hide my tears from myself. I stood in front of black people, and I stood in front of that family. And I looked in their eyes, and I told them one of the best thing they could have did was they was all white jewelry. He said, why? Because you can't.
Yeah, he said the best thing you could get is all white jury. That's what he told them at first.
Make me believe 12 white people hearts would be so cold at one time. Because I know how they.
Yeah, you cooning. He said, you can't make me believe that 12 white people's heart is so cold that they would just convict it. What? Where you been? Nigga, you been in jail a long time. Apparently, because nigga, goddamn. That is what they do. That is where we are in the world. We're going to talk about that later as well. Yo, Sharif Finley, appreciate you. Thank you for the cash app. Hey, Riri. Thank you, Riri. So that's Charleston White.
May the force be with you.
So then, after the gag order is taken off, then the father, he come out and he just started talking on. He's like, nigga, I'm just about to let everything go. Wait a minute. So then this gives you a window into how these cats were raised. This gives you a window into how these cats were raised when you start listening to the dad and say, oh, this is how you think. You didn't teach this to your kids? Really? You only think this? Okay. So check this out.
Sam here with some hardcore receipts on the Austin Metcalf Carmelo Anthony trial aftermath. Jeff Metcalf got on TikTok Live and showed you his completely racist side. For him to sit there and say this wasn't about race, and this video I'm about to show you gives you an idea into how these twins were raised and how we ended up here and how they were most likely talking to Carmelo. Look at what Jeff Metcalf had to say about slavery.
Even though they did wrong, you're going to support someone who does something against the law. You're encouraging and saying it's okay because he's a certain color. Oh, you got more melanin than me. Ooh, so you get more privileges, more entitlement? Because 400 years ago, someone actually sold you to us and we took you over here and put you to work. And then we had
and put you to work. First off, he's right. He's right on the fact that they didn't steal niggas, which is what's commonly thought, that white people roll all the way over to Africa and just start stealing niggas from the land. That didn't happen. Niggas were already snatching niggas up, African nations or tribes. They were all fighting each other. And then they all would capture each other and hold each other and make each other slaves. That was already going on in Africa. African tribes would capture each other and turn each other into slaves in Africa. Just so we're clear. that was already going on. So then they would also sell some slaves. And so the white people, they sold some of the slaves to the white people. Now, when he said they came over here and just put them to work, nigga act like it was a job program. Like, nigga, this is just a giant jobs program. We ship niggas over here. Nigga, are you insane? So not a jobs program, bro. There we go.
Civil War to free your ass. And now you want to talk shit. Oh, I've been so oppressed. You couldn't even vote 1960. Look how far you've come. Look at all the free shit we give you.
Whoa.
You're not oppressed. You're fucking entitled. You know what DEI stands for? Yeah. It means I don't have to be fucking qualified. I just have to be a certain color or a race or gender. Whose bright ass idea was that? I don't know about you, but when I grew up, there was no participation trophy. There wasn't a safe space created for me because my feelings were hurt. We had to take actual responsibility for our own actions. Wow, what a concept.
Now, he's right about the participation trophy shit, but he blended it in with a whole bunch of other shit. Watch, look.
Look how far you've come. Look at all the free shit we give you. You're not oppressed. You're fucking entitled. You know what DEI stands for? Yeah. It means I don't have to be fucking qualified. I just have to be a certain color or a race or gender. Whose broad ass idea was that?
Now, he's not wrong about DEI. DEI is participation trophy. So he's mixing a whole lot of shit in here. You got to be able to sift through the shit he's talking about. Some of the shit he's saying is actually accurate. That's why you got to be an umpire and not emotional about shit. Some of the shit he's saying is actually true. DEI was bullshit. It was a emotion. I'm gonna put you in here based off of what you look like and who you are, rather than what you're doing, what you've done, your merits. So that's what DEI was, a usurpation of the merit system to identification system. So he's right about that. But when this nigga talking about we gave you free, then he says we, but then he's about to claim that he's Native American in a minute, which is crazy. So when you say we, are you white or Native American? You the white people who gave nigga shit, free shit, or are you the Native American? Which one are you, motherfucker? Trying to get the sympathy talking about you ain't racist. He's full of shit.
I don't know race or gender. Whose broad ass idea was that? I don't know about you, but when I grew up, there was no participation trophy. There wasn't a safe space created for me because my feelings were hurt.
Not really. DEI, you don't really need to qualify. No, you don't. Who said that? American Free? Who said that? Who put that up there? Right, where you at? Where you at? Wait, where you at? Somebody just said DEI. Hold up, who was that? So DEI, he who thinks it is a participation trophy. It's DEI, just not black people either. It's about women. It's about melanated people or people of color and women, right? And also the gays, it's the LGBT and all the rest of that. It encompasses all of that. It ain't just about melanated people getting jobs. It encompasses all of that, what they were supposed to, or what they deem as marginalized communities, right? So that encompasses the Fruitopian mafia. That's the feminist mafia, and then that's also the woke black mafia, and that's all of that. And they were pushing all of that ahead of actual accomplishments. This has been shown. This has been proven. They've done undercover videos of them saying this. So it's true. However, that ain't got nothing to do with what happened to your son. This dude, I'm talking about this white dude right here. This ain't got shit to do with what happened to your son. Carmelo Anthony was a good kid. Damn near 4.0 student, double athlete, double sport athlete. Didn't mess with nobody, didn't bother nobody, got no history of messing with nobody, nothing. Good kid. Got a history of being a good kid, period. So this has nothing to do with what he's talking about.
We had to take actual responsibility for our own actions. Wow, what a concept. If you want society to change, if you want a better place for your kids, then get involved in your kids' life, in your community, in your church, but don't sit on your couch and bitch when it doesn't go your way.
And what's crazy and is in part of this video.
Now, I agree with that. I agree with what he just said right there. Absolutely. You can't sit back and not be involved in your in society and then claim and start crying when it don't go good for you. If you just sitting back apathetic, I'm sitting this one out and not do anything. Not to say that you have to vote, but you got to be talking about shit. You got to be out here you got to be active. Creating awareness about what's going on. If you're in the system and you're not going to vote, then you have to create awareness about it. And if you're out of the system, then you just have to create more awareness. Whereas where you would be one vote, you create so much awareness that you multiply what would have been one vote into hundreds, if not thousands of votes. So he's absolutely right about being involved if you want shit to go your way in society. Absolutely right. But that, again, has nothing to do with what happened right now. It has nothing to do with what happened right here. Those are completely different subjects, nigga. You talking some shit that's way over there that has nothing to do with what this case is about. So, again, separate that. Your son should not put his hands on people. How about you not dealing with that shit? If you were a good father, you would teach your kids, hey, don't bully people. Don't put your hands on people unless they want you to put your hands on them. That's what good parents do.
Video, he tries to say black fathers are not involved in their life. It's like 78% of y'all aren't even involved, when that statistic has been debunked. Black fathers are more involved in their children's life than almost any other race. Next, he has a Mark Wayne Mullen moment, claiming to be Native American, and goes on another racist rant. Look at this.
We are Native American. I have my Indian card and so does the voice. So if you want to talk about stolen land, yeah, that starts here. We were here before y'all were. They took all our land and put us on a reservation. They just brought you guys over on a boat.
So we got some retarded people in here. That don't mean you're dumb. That just means you're a little bit slow. Carmelo went to the location with a knife to kill, not to run track. That's what he woke up. Are you that dumb that the kid woke up? This kid who had bothered nobody ever in his life, had never gotten fights before ever in his life, damn near straight A student, double sport athlete. Everybody loves him, but that morning, oh, he was so enthralled. He was in such hatred. He just woke up one morning. He was such hate. He grabbed a knife. He grabbed a 3-inch knife, the size of my dick, and he wanted to go kill somebody. He wanted to go kill somebody with the size of my dick, with a knife the size of my dick. And hey, he did it. Like, nigga, if you don't get your bitch ass out of here. Because you associate the knife with the size of your penis, nigga, doesn't mean Carmelo woke up that day and went to go kill somebody with a knife. It's called a utility knife. And he camps all the time. Something that you take camping with you all the time. And this is why melanated people on the jury would have understood that, yeah, in society, black people carry weapons on them all the time because they always get jumped. They get jumped. They're more likely to get jumped quite often. Like he was jumped. That's why he had the knife on him. So he just woke up to go kill. He wanted to kill someone. That's what black people do. They kill. Wait a minute. Aren't white people the biggest statistic of people who mass murder and serial kill and rape and pedo, child molest? And wait a minute. But the black kid is the one with the dark soul who just woke up and wanted to go kill somebody that day. He wanted to kill somebody so bad that he was sitting somewhere not bugging nobody, not bothering a soul, laughing with his homeboy. He wanted to kill somebody so bad. Yeah, he was in a terrible mood. He was laughing when they walked up on him. Come on, bro. Come on, Mr. White Man. Yes, you were Mr. White Man. I saw your picture. Come on, Mr. White Man. Don't be racist. Be logical about what's going on. Here we go.
Let me guess, you're Indian.
Yeah, that starts here. We were here before y'all were. They took all our land and put us on the road.
Wait. Oh, here we
Involved
go.
in their children's life than almost any other race. Next, he has a Mark Wayne Mullen moment claiming to be Native American and goes on another racist rant. Look at this.
We are Native American. I have my Indian card and so do the boys. So if you want to talk about stolen land, yeah, that starts here. We were here before y'all were. They took all our land and put us on the reservation. They just brought you guys over on a boat.
Let me guess, your Indian name is running around with big racist mouth bowl.
Yeah, he's Indian. He's Native American. Which no native of any land, no aboriginal to any land is paleface. That's never been a thing. That's never been a thing. And for the Caucasian-y person up here before you get kicked out of here, you just want to be in here starting some shit just like anybody else. You saw my little live stream and thought you'd hop in here and see what black people are saying about Carmelo Anthony in the case and see if they agree with you on whether Carmelo Anthony was an actual killer who bought a knife just to stab a white person who was actually putting his hands on him, trying to tell him to do something that the white dude had no authority to tell him to do. But the black people are the racists when they call that shit out. When they tell you white motherfuckers to keep your hands to yourself. Now, if you were in this if you understood anything about me, you would know I'm nowhere near racist. I don't give a shit about race. That's stupid. Race is dumb. But you are obviously caught up on it, which means you must be dumb. I don't let race affect me, but you obviously do. I call balls and strikes. I'm an umpire in this bitch. And if you put your hands on somebody, just like I would say the same thing if Carmelo Anthony was the big bully, the big linebacker dude trying to punk a little white kid. I would say the same thing. The white kid had every goddamn right to defend himself with whatever he had to defend himself with. That's the facts. And if the kid was white, you would be saying that. But because the kid is black, who killed the white dude, oh, he's just a killer. Shut your bitch ass up. All right. Bam. All right, here we go. And I'm Native American. Just so we're clear. Aboriginal American.
The next question is, are you satisfied with the sentence that Carmelo Anthony received? Do you believe Austin has received justice?
That's a real easy question for me to know. Hell no. What is justice? Justice for me is when Austin walks through that door and can hug me. That's how long he should stay in jail. Until my son comes back through that door. Do I think justice was served? No. There's all types of justice. Street justice, legal justice.
Let me guess. Real street justice means strange fruiting someone like you good old boys used to do in the old days and have picnics and make postcards. I'm sorry for anybody who was triggered by this video, but I thought it was
So I didn't get the part in there, but he called him a watermelon felon. That's the part that's going on that's getting viral. He called Carmelo a watermelon felon. Now, that's actually a funny term. That doesn't offend me at all because watermelon is the greatest goddamn food you can eat. And that shows how dumb he is by thinking he's offending somebody by saying they like watermelon. Dipshit, watermelon is the greatest food you can eat for your body. But we know that you don't know shit about that by looking at your body. By looking at you, nigga. We know you don't know shit about eating right, eating healthy. Which is why your wife got some new nigga, huh? So again, all the things that they think they do to offend melanated people, it's not offensive if you understand really where it is. Watermelon is the greatest thing ever, nigga. It's the most alkaline food you can eat. It's the food that will power your body the most out of any food that you can find. Watermelon and lemons, let me say. So that's that with the Carmelo thing. He was railroaded. He's already put in for an appeal. He's probably going to get off. He's probably going to get the appeal, get the case thrown out on the appeal because of the jury selection. That's what they're going with. And they got a pretty good case on the jury selection because they're saying that they kicked him out because of the ladies were, they were teachers. And because this kid was a student and he was a straight A student or whatever, that would bias them in their decision. However, they went through it and found out because they had a case that they came in and tried to put, and they said this is the precedent for that, for getting that done. But then within that case, there was still a teacher who was on the jury. So that even though they submitted a case to say that the teachers would be biased, in that case, there was still a teacher on the jury. So they have a good chance of getting the case appealed, thrown out. So moving along. Bitch ass Trump. Bitch ass Trump. Where my shit at? Ooh. So before we get that, so the Pentagon, they said we have a new, really quick, before I do that, oops, get some shout outs to Lane Elliott and EL Aqua. Appreciate you. Thank you for the cash apps.
May the force be with you.
Thank you for the cash apps, everybody. We are at what? 280 for the day. 280. Appreciate you guys. All right, so moving along. What you say? Since when has a teacher disqualified you from a jury? That's some bullshit. They were saying because it deals with a student. The case deals with a student, and he's a in their mind he was a good student, so that would bias the three. This is a three women, three sisters. They were all teachers, and they said that would bias their opinion against for Carmelo. that would be like, wait a minute, that because he's a good student, I'm not gonna see the truth because he's a good student. Come on, man, that makes no damn sense. So they have a great chance on getting an appeal because of that. But moving along, we got some other news and to keep going. We have some other news. So if you just ordered the Great Book of Melanin Research, the digital copy, while I'm online, you're gonna have to wait till I get offline for me to send it to you. Sorry, it's not gonna come to you yet. When I get off the live stream, I'll send you the digital copy. But keeping it going. Oops. So Trump, or not Trump, but the Pentagon, right after, I think they did this they did this because of what Congress is trying to do. The Pentagon came out and said the biggest threat to America would be bitch real. Now, this week, I'm not going to even lie. I was kind of torn. After the verdict. I was like, bitch real is trying to take out America. That's their main goal, is to take, or their goal alongside of raising, the Greater Israel Project. So they're trying to do both. They're trying to lower America while raising the Greater Israel Project, right? And I'm like, destroying America is not really destroying melanated people. When they destroy America, that's really just going to really be white people, since they're the ones who run everything in America. So taking out America, or the American government, taking them down, is really just going to destroy white folks the most, because niggas don't have shit really in America. So niggas ain't gonna really lose things, really lose anything if the Khazarians take out the American government. And the fact that they so damn racist that they think they can be able, this to me what happened in this damn trial. No one is dealing with the fact that he put his hands on them. No one's talking about that. None of the white people, none of them are talking about the fact that he had the obligation to have discipline and keep his hands to himself. I can't provoke you to go rob a bank How can I provoke you to whoop my ass? Can I call you a broke bitch, a down and out? You don't pay your rent. Can I say all of that derogatory shit about you being broke and then provoke you to go rob a bank? And if I did that, whose fault is it if you robbed the bank? Yeah, I called you a bunch of broke bitches and all that type of shit, but you took it upon yourself to go rob a bank. Whose fault is that? You have something called agency, personal choice. And you can exercise that or not whenever you choose. And he chose to exercise his agency when he thought he was bigger and tougher than KARMELO. If KARMELO was the same size as him, he wouldn't have done that shit. I promise you. Well, let me say this. He an MMA dude. So MMA cat, these Caucasian MMA cats, they out here, they really think they can whoop your ass now. That's why I try to tell you niggas, y'all better start getting back in the gym. Back in the day when I was growing up, white people couldn't fight. Now these motherfuckers MMA done came out. These motherfuckers be training. They be waiting. They be waiting for the confrontation with your ass, motherfucker. I'm trying to tell you. You better get your ass back in the gym because white motherfuckers be waiting on it. Nigga, let's do it. So Austin and them training in mixed martial arts. So he probably, let me take that back. He probably would have fought a dude his size because he think, oh, I'm trained. I'm MMA. I can probably handle this nigga. So this is where they are now. But I was on my Kazaria, go ahead and take out America. Because if you take out America, it's going to wipe out white supremacy in America. And that's a good thing. So I was like, I may be pulling back on my Kazarian, but not that I don't Kazari. I want both of them to go down together. Let me be straight. Both of them, I want both of them to take each other out. That both of them need to take each other out. But I'm like, Kazaria, have at it. Go, have at it, Kazaria. Be my guest. Because these motherfuckers, their privilege, their entitlement in America is insane. The fact that they just really think that they can do whatever to you and you have to bow down and take it. But when it comes to them, it's always an excuse for why they killed an unarmed black person. Choked him out on the goddamn train when he had no damn weapon and just arguing, yelling at people. Yep, there's a reason for that. Roll up on a little 12-year-old kid with a fake gun. Kill him in 1.8 seconds. Cop says, oh, I feared for my life. I feared for my life. Yep, that's good. Running down the street. Get shot in the back because they think you stole a bottle of water. Self-defense. Oh, yeah, we see it. Yeah, self-defense. A gun fell out of his pocket. Nigga fell out of his pocket on the ground. He didn't pick it up. He didn't point it at nobody. Nothing. So all of this coming out, I'm like, nigga, these Caucasian motherfuckers need to be taken down. This white privilege, we can do whatever the fuck we want type of shit. And you just got to take it. Because the Khazarians are doing that to them. So I'm like, Khazaria, be my guest, my nigga. So, but here we go. This is what the government has said about the Khazarians this week.
First, let's put C1 up here on the screen. Turning now to this discussion of Israeli spying in the U.S. I'm going to give credit to NBC News. They broke this story. First, let's put C1 up here on the screen. The Pentagon has raised the threat of Israeli spying on U.S. to the highest level. Let me explain some of what they have, and then I will give you some of what I have. They say the Pentagon is increasingly concerned about Israel ramping up its spying on the U.S., recently raising the counterintelligence threat level from America's top ally in the Middle East to the highest level. Pentagon's DIA. So this specifically is like the internal intelligence agency for the Pentagon, the Defense Intelligence Agency. In recent weeks, has issued a new counterintelligence threat assessment amid rising tensions between Israel and the U.S. over the way forward in the war with Iran. They said the DIA posted an internal message viewed by a current official that raised the level for Israel to, quote, critical. The designation stems from concerns within the Pentagon that Israel is making fun of making a particular effort to surveil top U.S. officials. I'm going to give you some of the names of those officials a little bit later on. The DIA.
So just as the U.S. politicians are trying to pass a bill that merges the Israeli military with the American military, the Pentagon, who is the military, they came out and said they don't want this. The military don't want it. It's the U.S. politicians who are being bought off by the Khazarians who want this. But the military came out and said, oh, they heard this and was like, nah, they are biggest threat. The Pentagon came out and said, vitriol is the biggest threat to America right now. But they're still trying to push a bill through that merges the two militaries and all of the information, all of their intelligence and information. They're trying to merge the two. This is insane that they're doing this shit. And this is absolutely motherfucking nuts. But again, after this week and seeing how the Caucasians, they reacted, I'm like, have at it, bitch real. Go ahead, take them motherfuckers out the game. Because obviously they need to be taken down a peg. They're a little too high on their little pedestal.
CIA assessment includes a 7-page document and features a chart. The document says the assessment of Israel is its ability to conduct human espionage and technical collection is at a critical level. It also identifies a series of specific incidents that heightened U.S. concerns. So the spokesperson for the Israeli embassy said this, quote, completely false, that Israel spies on the U.S., that Israel spies on the U.S. Israel does not gather intelligence on American entities, let alone U.S. government officials.
LOL.
Israeli intelligence collection efforts are aimed at its enemies, not its allies. Any claims to the contrary are either misinformed or politically motivated.
We should ask Mr. Pollard about that one.
Yes, the Pentagon has declined to comment, and a White House official said in a statement, the story is entirely false and sources someone who doesn't have any knowledge. The ODNI, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, was overseas, did not respond to a request for comment. So let's focus in on a few things. Number one is this statement from the White House that says that this is completely false. I'm going to put C2 up there on the screen. The entire story is false and sources someone who doesn't ever.
Wait a minute. Well, first of all, we got a bunch of people up in here, huh? As an Eritrean black gay, what that got to do with anything? Did you mean gay or guy? I don't know if you meant, so if you meant gay, then I will not protest for, nobody asked you to did anybody ask you to protest for Carmelo Anthony? Anybody asked you to do shit? Nobody asked your dumb ass to do shit. But again, he was but a Hispanic snow bunny. How are you a Hispanic snow bunny? And all the people in the world come from black people. So you done lost your damn mind. If you racist, you can get the fuck up out of here. Ain't no racist shit up in this motherfucker. Ain't no racist shit up in here. If you thought this was a racist fucking podcast or racist live stream, ain't no racist shit up in here. You can be racist all you want about this bitch. But you did mean homosexual. Or you are homosexual. You meant gay. But like I said, you can be out. You can be about. We don't need you up in here talking crazy. Salam alaikum. All right, here we go.
Have any knowledge of what's going on. I want to point everybody to a very interesting line. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence did not respond to a request for comment. And I also want to point to some very, very specific examples, including a 7-page document that features a chart. That document, I can confirm to all of you, exists. Now, let me tell you about some of the things that are in there. I got to be a little careful here in terms of protecting some of the many people who I spoke to about this story. Basically, what they have seen in terms of their raising too critical is they have raised it to a similar level that they treat general U.S. adversaries. This is based on a few specific incidents. Some of these incidents, again, I cannot go into deep detail, include the explicit surveillance of top officials inside of the Pentagon who they deem to be a threat to their agenda inside of the Pentagon. The New York Times, by the way, can confirm some of this as well. Let's put C3 up here on the screen, so it's not just me who is telling you all this. I'm going to read from you a very specific line. The report includes that Israel has stepped up its efforts to eavesdrop on senior American officials, including Steve Witkoff, President Trump's top negotiator, Elbert J. Colby, the Pentagon's top official, and one of his main deputies, Michael Dimino.
So the Pentagon says they're spying on Israel and saying Israel, or they're receiving communication, whatever. They found out Israel is spying on all the top U.S. politicians to try and find out what Trump is doing. This because Trump is not letting them in on the negotiations anymore with Iran. So now they got to spy on the politicians, the top politicians in there, so they can see what's going on. And then when they find out what's going on, then they send a text to their lackeys telling them to influence Trump to not stop the war. That's what they're doing. So Pentagon is like, these motherfuckers are straight bitches. Look what these bitch ass niggas are doing. So, right as there's a bill trying to be passed to merge the two governments. This is insane.
Now, Colby, Domino, and Witkoff, I guess, could technically be seen as some sort of the restraint part of the Pentagon. Colby in particular, we've had him here on the show. You can go back and watch some of those past interviews. Witkoff, obviously, look, I don't really know what Witkoff believes, but Israel seems to believe he's a problem because he was one of the people who initially started that who initially pressed them for the ceasefire. They've never forgiven him for it, and even for his involvement, despite him still being very, very pro-Israel. I also want to point to a very specific line that they use, which I can also tell you, eavesdrop. What do you think that means? It means trying to bug people's phones. Here are some of the other things that I have learned, is that the Israeli government has been increasingly, while U.S. military officials are in Israel, that they have found themselves basically subject to the same, quote, threat analysis that they would whenever they're traveling abroad. Now, it is standard operating procedure for U.S. officials when they leave the country to actually turn in their government device and to get a traveling phone, and it's explicitly for this reason, because of potential being able to break into their various devices. And there was at least some belief that attempts at that had been made. And now the Times and the NBC News have gone further, and they're basically saying they explicitly tried to eavesdrop on these 3 officials that we know about, also military officials inside of Israel, CENTCOM and others. But the main target of Israeli intelligence right now, from based on everything I've been able to see, is to get as much visibility into the Pentagon's internal decision-making as possible, including to the White House, to make sure that they can try and influence things from their side. Now, nothing I'm saying is explosive in such a way that, like, if you watch the show, you probably believe it. But I think what's explosive is the fact that the DIA concluded this in a memo. And again, I think the number one thing I can offer you is the memo exists, that they definitely have been, they have specific instances in some of these cases where they have tried to even.
Now, like I said, when I first saw this story, this is before the Carmelo. I saw this story before the Carmelo Anthony ruling. Now, after the Carmelo Anthony ruling, I'm like, am I bitch real? Have at it. Because again, the Caucasian rulership in America needs to be taken down. The fact that these motherfuckers just can do whatever the hell they want to unarmed melanated people, they can kill them anytime they want, and there's always an excuse, and they can get off. And yes, Chinese people, Asian people are deemed white in America, just so we're clear. I know that the one who shot the kid in the back was Chinese, but Chinese people are white. Asians are white in America. So again, I'm saying, bitch real. I'm not condoning all the fuck shit that they doing. I hope they fall too. I hope their karma comes back on them. But as their karma's coming back on them, I hope they revisit the Caucasians' karma in America, and I'm gonna say racist Caucasian, not just all Caucasians, but racist Caucasians. This is FAGA, not all Caucasian people, but FAGA needs to be taken down in America. And bitch real is in the midst of doing it. So should we stop them? Should we stop bitch real from taking out the Caucasian people, the Caucasian rulership in America? Should we? You got to make a game turn decision. It's up to you. I mean, hey, because Khazaria is bad. They evil as fuck. But then so is FAGA. The racist section of America is really fucked up too. Now, I just want them both to take each other out. That's my goal. I want them to both to take each other out the game. That's what I want. Ultimately, both of you guys take each other out. So moving along. So Trump is about to send some troops over to Iran. He was going back and forth. This is why they were spying on Trump, because they were trying to do a deal with Iran. Trump wouldn't let him in on the deal. Wouldn't let Israel in on the deal. So they had to spy on him. So now they finally got in there. I guess Netanyahu talked to Trump and convinced him not to do it. And then something happened where they tried to send an Apache helicopter over into Iran. The Apache helicopter got shot down by accident. This is what Iran said. It was by accident. No one was killed, nothing like that. But then bitch ass Trump, he goes and bombs a goddamn the salinization water plant. He bombed it. This is a war crime. Now 20,000 people don't have water because Trump got mad that a drone took out a helicopter, an Apache helicopter. So this bitch ass motherfucker goes and bombs the salinization plants, the water salinization plants, taking out water for 20,000 people. He's a straight piece of shit, man. He's a straight piece of shit. And then, though, he on an interview, the lady got at him and was like, yo, what happened to the no more wars thing, bro? No wars. And Trump was like, I didn't say no wars. What you mean? I didn't say that. And she was like, nigga, you said no wars. He was like, I didn't say that. So they had to pull up some receipts. Like, hold up, nigga. You did say no more wars. I kind of remember that. So check this out.
This may be my favorite thing, and I'm sure I'm going to play it during the live show on the 19th. Tickets are already sold out. But we're going to have another live show coming up August 30th. So get ready for that. August 30th, new live show. But anyway, Trump said this. This is kind of mind-blowing that he said this.
What changed? Because you insisted no new wars.
First of all, I didn't guarantee no war. Why would I have built the strongest military in the world? I built our military. I inherited a terrible military. We had no equipment. We had nothing. I built a tremendous military. Biden gave a lot of it away, but it's still.
So in this, he would be saying, I built the military to go to war. You don't build a military to go to war. You build a military to prevent war. Dumbass. It's for defense. Come on, bro. Yo, Wayne Richards. Thank you for the cash out, bro. Hold on. Give you some love. Thank you for the cash out.
May the force be with you.
Appreciate you. What did I say? We're at 287. Almost there on the donation goal, everybody. Appreciate you guys. You know we have a goal every week. We have a donation goal every week. Appreciate you guys for helping me get to that, especially since the Patreon just wiped out my whole Patreon page, bitches. So appreciate you for all the help that you guys, all the support that you guys give. All right, here we go.
A relatively small portion compared to what I built. I mean, nothing. I built a tremendous military. Biden gave a lot of it away, but it's still a relatively small portion compared to what I built.
But you said it over and over again, Mr.
Why would I build a military? Now, I didn't want to use this, but I'm doing you and everybody else a big favor. In the midst of the greatest stock market in history, in the midst of the most successful country, because as you know, in the last time we were a dead country, Kristen. I know you're a big liberal or a big progressive.
No, I'm just a journalist.
So he says, listen to
What
this.
changed? Because you insisted no new wars.
First of all, I didn't guarantee no war.
I didn't guarantee no war. Well, let's listen.
We're going to stop wars. No more wars, no more disruptions. We will have prosperity and we will have peace. Under Trump, we will have no more wars, no more disruptions, and we will have prosperity and peace for all. I am the candidate of peace. I am peace. We will turn the page forever on those foolish, stupid days of never-ending wars. They never ended.
You insisted no new wars.
He said, never said no war. This motherfucker just blatantly lies his ass off. And they'll never have to fucking answer for it. Because all these reporters always trying to be nice with him. He shits on them, says you stupid, you not a good report. I mean, fuck that nigga. I know they want to play nice so they can keep getting the interviews, but fuck that, man. If he keeps shitting on you like that, at least get one good viral fuck you, you orange orangutan bitch. Get one of those in there. So that'll go viral. You may not ever get to interview the nigga again, but that's going to go viral. You motherfucking bald orangutan looking piece of shit. Who the fuck do you think you talking to? That needs to go viral. That needs to straight up go viral.
So of course he said that.
Guarantee it. I just said it over and over.
I just said it over and over. Yeah.
It's like an Israeli ceasefire. It means absolutely nothing. Just going to do whatever.
What changed? Because you insisted no new wars.
First of all, I didn't guarantee no war.
We're going to stop wars. No more wars, no more disruptions. We will have prosperity and we will have peace. Under Trump, we will have no more wars, no more disruptions, and we will have prosperity and peace for all. I am the candidate of peace. I am peace. We will turn the page forever on those foolish, stupid days of never-ending wars. They never ended.
You insisted no new wars.
It's like you don't even need a punchline for this. Trump's his own punchline now.
Why does BB sit in your chair and probably ball your wife, you pussy?
So, no new wars, everybody. No new war. No war. I am peace. This nigga said this, that I am peace. This nigga be clowning. That nigga said, I am peace. Oh, nigga, that's hilarious. Live Art Studios, appreciate you. Thank you for the cash app. That's hilarious. Appreciate you. Oops, where'd that go? Damn it. Damn it, where is it? Oh, there we go. Thank you.
May the force be with you.
Did we get there? Bam, yep, just helped me cross. All right, appreciate you. Thank you, Live Art Studios. So y'all don't gotta stop giving. God damn it, keep it coming. So now the reason we're showing that because now he just said because they were supposedly dealing with it or working on a peace deal all week. Then the stock market was crashing and it went back up and tripping all. So then eventually, because of the drone strike or whatever, then they started hostilities back up, sort of. So now he says he's sending in troops. He's going to send in troops to Cargo Island, the place where they load up the oil in Iran. So he's going to Cargo Island. I think it's Cargo, but one of the two. But they're going to send it to the island. They're going to send troops to the island. Your family members, if you got some people in the military, your family members are about to get ready to go and fight for Iran. Now, again, for Israel. This is all for Israel. Now, a week ago, I'd have been really pissed. Now I'm just kind of pissed. A week ago, I'd have been crazy pissed. Now, after this week, I'm just a little pissed. I'm a little perturbed, but not as pissed as I might have been before I saw all these motherfuckers talking crazy about how if somebody walks up to you and tries to tell you what to do, you have an obligation as a black person to do what they say if they're white. Now, they didn't say that in so many words, but all of their actions and their rhetoric and volatile rhetoric, that's what it's saying. You don't have no right to fight somebody if they come up and tell you what to do, aggressively try to tell you what to do, put their hands on you, and have no authority to do that whatsoever. You have to sit there and take it. You have to take an ass whooping. You don't get to if you're intimidated, just fight. Just fight them back. That's all you have to do. You mean a nigga who's almost 100 pounds bigger than me and 5 inches taller? Yeah, fight that nigga back. And he's a mixed martial art fighter. He's MMA trained. Fuck out of here. That's absolute stupid shit. So I might have been a little more perturbed last week. This week, may not be as mad with Israel going ham, trying to take out the U.S. government. Just saying. Just saying. Not as mad. So moving along. Yeah, it was four. Yeah, 4 of them cats. Let's make Israel great. I'm just saying. Come on, knowledge. I'm just saying. I was a little more pissed. I would have been a little more pissed last week before I saw how all of Caucasian America, or at least most of them, think, hey, I can just put my hands on you and you got to sit there and take it, nigger. I mean, African American person. I did say African American person, right? Yeah, I said African American person first, didn't I? I meant to say African American person. Like, oh, nigga. First off, I don't have to sit there and take it. I'm gonna beat the brakes off your ass if you fucking even come near me. Again, in fighting, just so you know, as far as self-defense, you don't have to wait for somebody to hit you. If you believe that somebody's getting ready to do you physical violence, you can hit them first, especially if they come within they invade your space. They invade your personal space. You can act first if you believe they're getting ready to do you damage. And you don't have to motherfucking use your hands. You can use whatever you think that you need to use to save your life. If there's a brick next to me, if a phone, if I got to use a phone to knock you the fuck out, whatever it is, a thermos, nigga, whatever the fuck is next to me that I may need to use to knock you the fuck out, that's what I'm going to do. And again, you don't have to wait to get your ass whooped. You don't have to wait to be hit before you defend yourself. That's not a thing in law. Just so we're clear. Yes, arm's length. Yep, somebody put it. Arm's length. Somebody comes within arm's length of you, that means they can touch you. That means you can defend yourself. Absolutely. This is why when people walk up on you, you put your hands out and say, I can hear you from near. I can hear you from over here. Again, this is the range finder. When you put your hand out and say, I don't need you to walk up on me. I can hear you from over here. This right here is the personal space alerter. Nigga, you come within this hand distance right here, you about to get your ass knocked the fuck out. Just saying. You about to get mangled, nigga, if you come within this hand space real quick. So don't ever let anyone walk up on you. That's not a thing. That's a thing for people trying to act like they can fight. These are fake. This is fake bravery. When y'all get up on each other and be shoulder to shoulder and circling around each other. What up then? What up, nigga? What up? What up? What up? Those are two niggas who don't want to fight. Both of those niggas don't want to fight. Because if a nigga want to fight, he just gonna knock you the fuck out. He gonna hit you. It ain't gonna be like, what up, nigga? What up? Fuck you, then, nigga. Fuck you. It ain't. None of that's happening. Tell you right now, nigga, I'm not talking to you. If I want to fight you, I'm not talking to you. You have a chance if I'm talking to you. If I'm talking, you got a chance. That means I ain't really, I'm trying to work it out. If I stop talking, that means you better get the fuck out of Dodge, nigga. Usually out of the city. If I stop talking. So again, don't let anybody ever walk up on you. So just saying. Somebody said, make Israel great again. That doesn't hurt as much as it would have before this week. Just saying. So moving along. AI is now creating DNA vaccines for the CV19, and they're saying it works. Would you try this? Would you try a vaccine created by the CV19? Would you? Oh, excuse me, created by AI for the CV19. So check this out. I'm not trusting that shit. I am not trusting it. Actually, hold on. That's not the one I wanted to show you. Hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me put some pimping in it. Hold on. All right. Come on. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? All right. Here we go. So check this out. AI, basically what they're saying is AI can look at your DNA and create a cure specifically based off of your DNA. Now they're saying it's only again allegedly YouTube for cancer. They get off from your, and that was the other video I'll show in a minute. But they said for cancer they can look at your DNA. AI can look at your DNA and create a cure for you based off your DNA. Now, goddamn. Here we go.
AI COVID. Well, the world's first AI COVID DNA vaccine was tested on humans, and researchers say it was safe
and well tolerated. Okay, but we learned from the COVID pandemic to ask, what does that mean exactly? The clinical trials told us that they tested this AI vaccine on 39 people. The vaccine was completely formulated by AI. They said that they followed up with them for up to 6 months and they tracked adverse events. They said no serious adverse events were found, but they don't give us a list of adverse events like we normally get with clinical trials. So we just have to take their word for it that what they labeled as an adverse event was not serious. Okay. Also, according to the study, they say that the vaccine was formulated to protect against multiple members of the SARS-CoV virus, including COVID-19, or the COVID that gave us the COVID-19 pandemic, plus related bat coronaviruses and other zoonotic outbreaks that could leak into the future. So, obvious question, why are we developing vaccines for hypothetical zoonotic outbreaks? Did the AI develop or identify?
Really quick though, the Zimmerman, yeah, those two, you know, those analogies equate. You know, Zimmerman having a gun, following somebody who was only fighting with his hands. This motherfucker has a weapon, but because he felt threatened when he was getting his ass whooped, what's the name? Trayvon Martin didn't have a weapon, just had his hands. Because Zimmerman felt threatened, he was gonna get his ass beat by his hands because this nigga was whooping his ass with his hands. He had to pull out a gun and kill the nigga because he bought a gun to a hand fight. Now, Kyle Rittenhouse is different. Kyle Rittenhouse, he was threatened with cats with weapons. He didn't just, even though he came, they saying he bought a gun. He was in the state, which is why he didn't get convicted of trafficking guns. He was in the state at a friend's house or something like that. Got the gun, went down there to the protest or whatever. When he got down there, some liberal cats who happened to be two pedos. And they were white. A lot of black people think that Rittenhouse killed two niggas. He didn't. He killed white folks. Two pedo Caucasians who had weapons. I think one of them had a gun. So it's not the same thing with the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. That just got blown out of proportion with woke, liberal, racist, niggas in the hood. Kyle Rittenhouse, completely different. Nigga killed two pedos. Hey, as far as I'm concerned, nigga, as far as I'm concerned, you get the golf clap. And again, they weren't melanated. They were two Caucasian pedos. So you guys can stop with the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. That's a completely different thing what happened.
That threat, or are researchers simply trying to build a broad spectrum animal? Like this will be for all animal outbreaks. It's kind of confusing. And finally, what is a DNA vaccine as opposed to an mRNA vaccine? In simplistic terms, and we're going to have Dr. McCullough break it down, it means that a piece of DNA or plasmid that contains genetic instructions for making the antigen is in the vaccine. So, okay, to sum up, AI is prepping to inject us with DNA for a wide variety of animal outbreaks. Great. Joining us to discuss is Dr. Peter McCullough. He was one of the early researchers on the mRNA technology and a warner. I just made up that word. Someone who warned us early about the COVID-19 vaccine. So let's start with the DNA bit, I guess, and then we'll get to the AI bit. The trial does say that the DNA in the vaccines could integrate into the host genome, but the risk is extremely low. What does that mean, and how do we know what the risk is?
Well, thanks so much for having me on the program. We're talking about DNA plasmids, so little circular pieces of DNA. Now, those pieces readily get taken up into cells. The cells then assemble their own messenger RNA, and then the messenger RNA makes that segment of the spike protein. There's a 200 amino acid segment. There's about 1,200 amino acids in the spike protein of SARS-CoV-2. So they used AI to find the region that's staying stable across all the different variants of SARS-CoV-2. And the other interesting thing is they use a device called the pharma eject device. So now this is no longer a needle, it's a gun, and it shoots the liquid into the skin, and it's supposed to stay at the dermis level, and then the dermatocytes and the satellite cells there signal plasma cells and B cells to produce the antibodies. So so many questions to ask here, and one of them is how can they be sure that these little pieces of DNA don't integrate into the genome? They state that there's no integrase enzyme with it. So you don't have to provide an integrase. The human cells have ways of taking DNA and putting it into the genome. And just like with the COVID vaccines, no genotoxicity studies ahead of time before they try it in humans.
So it says that the risk of the host genome of integrating that DNA is low, but they did not test that. That's not listed. So we're supposed to take their word for it?
Well, can you imagine being a subject and signing up for this?
No.
This should all be done in animals ahead of time. There's genotoxicity, teratogenicity, oncogenicity studies. This should never get into the arms of human beings. And yet some people signed up for this. This was done in the UK.
So he's saying this is some bullshit. AI creating crack scenes is bullshit. And you shouldn't be doing this But somehow they're trying to make this mainstream. They're trying to make it go through and say, yo, there was no side effects. And they're trying to push this into the mainstream. Hell no.
And, the antibody elevations against this conserved region of the spike protein, they happened. They measured it for about 8 weeks. Now, somebody actually got COVID during the trial, so they pulled that person out. I don't think this is going to be effective.
Americans love sushi, and over the last 2 decades, raw fish consumption has exploded in the U.S. Sushi bars are everywhere, grocery stores, gas stations are selling sushi, and millions of people now eat raw fish. But once again, parasites can hide for years. They frequently stay residents only.
Okay, and then what do you make of them not even giving us a list of adverse events, but just saying, trust us, none of them were serious?
Yeah, it's not good enough. This is phase 1.
So they did it. They basically did it and said, don't worry about what happened. Don't worry about the adverse effects. They were nothing much happened. Don't worry, we're good. Like, nigga, no, what happened? Show us the data on what happened when you injected this into humans. No, we good. Hey, my nigga, we good. I promise, we're good. Like, nigga,
And phase 1 is supposed to be about human safety. It's not really supposed to have, broad efficacy claims. In this case, in the manuscript, they focus on the antibody elevations and, of course, the technology. But I'd be greatly concerned here that, in fact, these plasmids, part of them is taken up into human DNA. And I'm also concerned that this pharma inject system, that it doesn't just stay in the dermis, that, in fact, some of this is going to get into the circulating blood. And then we're going to have widely distributed genetic code going right into the human genome.
Oh, okay. So I have a picture here. Can we put that up of this injectable machine? And it's just... They're saying it will help people who are afraid of needles. Can we go to the next one? Yeah. So you load that up and you push it and it kind of pushes it through the skin. Does it hurt? Do you know? Are there reports that it's less painful? And you're saying it could just go everywhere, willy-nilly.
There used to be guns used like this in the olden days of vaccination. I remember my mom received one of these for an influenza vaccine back in the 50s, and she actually passed out afterwards and had a severe reaction. It was terrible. So these guns, I think, don't save workflow. I think they're potentially reckless. And you know what people worry about is they worry about being surreptitiously vaccinated. Somebody sneaking up behind you and zapping you with a gun.
Because you can just...
So they have these new injection guns where now they can basically crackinate you real quick without you knowing. They can walk up to you, pop you with one of those guns, and boom, you crackinated. What? Wait a minute. What the fuck? Yep. Yep. That's what's going on right now. You have been crackinated. So this is what's coming. They're trying to create these AI crack scenes. No, they don't tell you the repercussions, the adverse effects. They don't give you a list. They just say, trust us. This is what happened. Trust us. No, bitch. No. Hell to the nah. We're not trusting you on shit. But let me say this, though. That would be interesting if what they're saying is true. If AI could scan your DNA, because everyone's DNA is different, and then specifically come up with a cure for you based off of how your DNA works, that would be awesome. Let me say this. That would be goddamn awesome if they can make that pop off in the future. But the alternative, the ulterior motive is really control. See, that's the real main reason they're doing it. They're not trying to do this so they can cure you. They're trying to do it so they can control you. This is why you can't trust it. If we believe that you had everyone's best interest at heart, hey, goddamn, by all means, have at it. Knock that goddamn science out. But nigga, we know y'all trying to create some drones. They're trying to create AI-controlled drones. Your DNA is just code. Your DNA is just code. Do you know you can store software on your DNA? Did y'all know that? You can store files onto DNA. This is an actual thing. Go look it up. You can put computer files onto DNA. They've done this already. So it takes code. So what if the AI encodes your DNA, first of all, to kill itself? You just encode the DNA to That's what an autoimmune disease is also. That's when your body attacks itself. So they can encode the DNA to attack itself. Or they can just give you some crazy ass type of DNA or create some type of weird ass human. All human, alien, AI, hybrid, cyborg mix or some shit. I'm good. I'm straight. Nah, buddy. It would be good if you could trust the Caucasian people in charge of it. Let me say that. If you could trust the Caucasian people in charge of this shit, it might be good. But we all know that probably that's not going to happen. Last thing I got in political news, Elon, for all the Elon haters, there was a lot of Elon haters out here. I know there's a whole lot of Elon haters out here. But Elon just became a goddamn trillionaire in this bitch. What? This nigga became a trillionaire? Hold on, let me find it. Ooh, I think I passed it. Oops. Damn it, where'd it go? Don't tell me I lost it. I had all this damn Carmelo Anthony stuff in here. Oh, here we go. All right. So Elon just became a trillionaire, the first trillionaire. And that's bullshit. He's not the first trillionaire. The Rothschilds, they're worth trillions. The Rockefellers are worth trillions. So this is all bullshit. This is just public money. You can see it. But these rich people have trust, and all their money goes into these trusts. And these trusts, they're private, so you can't really look into how much money the trust got. But according to how much assets the trust owns, this is how much money, this is how much you know that the trust have. And so they're reported to be estimated in the trillions. Some said even hundreds of trillions. So Elon is just the first nigga in public that you can see worth $1 trillion. Now, Saudi Arabian cats, they're worth trillions. The Saudis, and the Saudis, really quick, are supposed to be crypto Jews also. It is widely and greatly believed that the Saudis are crypto Jews, meaning Jews who hide their actual religion and then they pose as someone else while carrying out the agenda of their true religion, which is Judaism or Zionism, really. That's what their religion is Zionism. It's not Judaism. So Elon, they're pissed that Elon is a trillionaire, acting like Elon's supposed to give up all this goddamn money to everybody. First of all, Elon don't have he don't have $1 trillion in the bank. Elon don't even got $1 billion in the bank. All of Elon's money is in stocks. Elon barely has any money. He may have like a few $1 million that he goes and borrows off of his stock. So he'll go to the bank. He'll say, my stock is worth this amount of money. He'll borrow. He'll get a loan off of that for, what his stock is worth. And then before he pays it back, his stock has gone up in value. So he really doesn't lose any money. The stock has gone up in value. So when he pays the money back, he doesn't lose any money. So that's how he actually lives. That's how he buys shit. He buys homes and shit like that. So he doesn't actually have really liquid. He's probably worth like a few million liquid. But these motherfuckers acting like he got $1 trillion in the bank, and he's supposed to be, and he's evil for getting $1 trillion. Like he robbed everybody for it. He's the one motherfucker who made $1 trillion the right way, which is by inventing shit, helping people with inventions, solving problems. And when they say there's no one who could actually earn $1 billion themselves, is insane when they say stupid shit like that. If I create a product that helps 1 billion people, how the hell don't I earn $1 billion? That's the dumbest thing that anybody ever. AOC said that stupid shit. If I create a product that that's never existed in the world before, and I create this product and it comes out and it shows that it helps billions of people, how the hell why would I not be able to make $1 billion? And that's the the benefit of living in America in a capitalist society. The harder you work, the more you can do, the more you can make. Communist society, they cut that shit off. You only get to keep a certain amount. Everything else go to the government and the people working the government. So here's evil Elon for making $1 trillion.
He's already the world's richest man. His company SpaceX just started trading on the Nasdaq. Elon Musk himself, shared a little bit of surprise when he realized that this was actually happening, that SpaceX was going to be the biggest IPO ever.
Let me tell you, if people had told me this was going to happen, I was like, man, you must be smoking some really good crack, because I think this company's going to fail.
Obviously, it has not failed. 24 years later, a lot happening. And a lot of his employees and former employees have been minted into millionaires today.
Like, and SpaceX was broke as hell when they first got started. He couldn't pay the workers what they were worth. So he gave them stock options. And because he gave them stock options, a dude who was a welder became a millionaire yesterday. See, that's in America. That's what you can do in a capitalist society. So capitalism is good. It just needs to be blended with some socialism. You shouldn't have capitalists run every goddamn thing, because capitalism means I take advantage. I capitalize on a disadvantage or a problem, right? This is to capitalize on something that's going wrong. I capitalize on that. That's what capitalism is. I make money off of a problem, right? Whereas socialism says, all right, well, that's cool, but we all need to work together so that we can all survive. Like, it's a bunch of people who can't do that, or who don't have the resources and opportunity to create the same way that you did over here. So these people still live in society. We all need to be taken care of, blah, blah, blah. All right, well, there is an argument for that, for sure, which is why you got Medicare, Medicaid. These are socialist programs. So America is a country that has blended capitalism and socialism, and it works. Doesn't work great. They need to find the balance a little bit more between the two, but it works better than in every other country. Because in what other country could you become a welder? You can be a welder working for a company. You didn't give that company no goddamn money. All you did was take some stock options, and then based off of your hard work and your belief in the company, you become a millionaire some 10 years later. Yeah, that's only in America. Shout out to Don King.
Today, we interviewed a former welder who worked at SpaceX for 10 years, Juan Hernandez. He says this is the American dream for him. He had 6,500 shares today at the opening bell, and certainly cashing in at least $880,000 is what he'll be taking home, which he says is going to change his
million. Became a millionaire, not 880,000. He became a millionaire.
Life, but he's going to continue welding, and he's working now at a different rocket company. But big day for SpaceX, and a lot of questions around whether it should be valued at this high valuation and what comes next for the company. And as for whether or not you should buy in on this historic day, the analysts that we're talking to say that carries a lot of risk with it. When you buy on IPO day with this big initial spike, there's no guarantee that will hold. You have to remember that SpaceX is also not a profitable company yet. There's a ton of risks around its technology, whether the rockets will continue to work, and all of the risk factors around the tech.
So we got to talk about liberals boohoo whining crying about Elon Musk, because he has made history as the world's first trillionaire after SpaceX IPO'd. Okay, a great company that has done a lot of great things for this country and a lot of great things for the world. And because he's done a lot of great things for the world through capitalism, Marxists hate him by default, right? They just hate him. So I want to talk about this because the meltdowns are hilarious. But first, let's get into CNN's coverage of SpaceX and Elon becoming the world's first trillionaire.
It's hard to imagine, Wolf, 1 trillion as a number, let alone the amount of money someone is about to be worth. So here's some context. 1 trillion has 12 zeros. It's $1 million. And if you spent $1 million every hour, every day, it would still take you more than a century to spend it.
From an economic standpoint, only 20 countries have economies larger than $1.1 trillion. And that means the vast majority of nations have an economy worth less than Elon Musk. Some of them include Taiwan, Ireland, Sweden, and Musk's native South Africa. Musk could theoretically buy all of the property in Houston, both residential and commercial.
Really quick. See, this is the type of stuff. This is the misinformation that goes down. Elon Musk don't hire black people. That nigga he wouldn't have a company if he didn't hire black people. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. That nigga has a bunch of black people working at all of his companies. At all of his different companies. There's a bunch of black people working at all the different companies. This nigga would be, first of all, he gets government money. So there's no way that he could get government money for these companies and not hire black people. He would lose the contract immediately. Then on the fact that if he wasn't even if he wasn't getting contracts from the government, it's still discrimination. He would still get sued and lose the money. And so again, that's not a real thing. Just like Trump not letting people, when they that rumor about Trump not letting people into his buildings, that was a bullshit rumor too. Trump didn't want, when Trump said he didn't want black people in a certain building, it was because he didn't want to bring he didn't want to bring the property value of that building down. There's a bunch of black people who live in a bunch of Trump different buildings, but that building, that particular one, he didn't want the property value to go down in that one. So again, we got to start telling the truth. Again, be an umpire, call balls and strikes. Sometimes you may get it wrong, sometimes you may get it right. But you got to call them as you see it. Here we go. It says George ruled that a few black employers were allowed to sue for racism because of that, though. A few black employees were allowed to sue for racism. Well, if they were employees, then how could he be racist when he hired them? I don't get, if they were employees, then they got hired, right? Which means they got hired despite them being black. Did they sue him because they didn't get hired, or they were hired? And if they were hired, then he ain't discriminating against black people. But here we go.
Commercial and still have money left over. He could buy the $16.3 million, 6.3 million new cars bought by Americans last year and still have money left over. And if sports is more of your thing, Elon Musk, get this, he could buy all 50 of the most valuable teams from around the world for a cool $353 billion.
Elon Musk is the first trillionaire in human history. Just minutes ago, SpaceX began trading and immediately jumped by more than 20%. And that has made Musk a trillionaire, $1 trillion. That is a 1 with 12 zeros after it. If you spend $1 million a day, it will take you more than 2,700 years to spend it all. Musk celebrated the first day of trading the company that makes up most of his wealth this morning. I, too, would be cheering. My next guest has been following Musk.
Yeah, so you've seen that, you heard that. Now, I believe that financially literate, smart people watch this channel, right? So I shouldn't have to explain to you guys that Elon does not actually have $1 trillion. On time. Take a look.
It's official. With the SpaceX IPO, the world has now minted its first...
The richest man in a long time. Take a look.
It's official. With the SpaceX IPO, the world has now minted its first trillionaire in Elon Musk. This is an absolute failure of every social system that underpins our world. Trillionaires, while in the United States alone, 700,000 people are homeless.
This is a failure of the system. The fact that somebody can work their ass off and get rewarded for their hard work. It's a failure of the system. This is the mentality of dumb motherfucking new socialist communist bullshit that they try to push on you. Don't work hard and receive rewards for your work. No. You're supposed to come over here and work your ass off for people who don't want to get off their ass and not do anything but sit back and expect everything to come to them. No, you're supposed to hand part of your money off to them type of people. If you don't get the fuck out of here with your dumb ass, no, that's not how it works. And it would work, and it would not work that way in any society that you were coming up in. If you don't work, most societies, especially in the olden times, if you didn't work, you don't eat. That's how that shit was. In olden times, not in the time where everything is all automated now. But in the old times when you had to get your ass up, or you didn't get to sleep under you didn't get to sleep under a hard roof if you didn't build it. You didn't get to eat food if you didn't plant it. You didn't get to do shit. You don't get no money if you don't work for it. So in those times, she couldn't say this. But it's only now in a world that's built, that's automated and comforted by the rich people she talk about, who she hating against. That's what's happened. All these rich people have made the world comfortable for you. So now you believe that all this should go to you now. Okay.
Where the number one cause of bankruptcy is medical debt. And like, this system of capitalism is so insidious because what Elon Musk was able to do here is basically, because he already had enormous wealth, he was able to buy political capital within the Trump administration. Wow. He basically financed the last few months of Trump's campaign by himself. because he can afford to pour billions upon billions of dollars into a political campaign on a whim because his daughter turned out to be trans. He bought himself a government agency and engineered the collapse of several social safety nets, as well as many things that are within his direct industries, a clear conflict of interest. Everyone knows that SpaceX is overvalued and underperforming, and yet no one in positions of power says anything because they are all interested in looting this sinking ship before they finally have to get off. I bet they're laughing their asses off watching the proletariat burn each other's houses down over race riots, not realizing that the true enemy are these people, the ones who have so much money and resources and material wealth and hoard it all.
Elon Musk is now a trillionaire, and yet he's contributed absolutely fucking nothing to society aside from being built like Baron Harkonnen from Dune and having 4 baby mamas. There are no Musk hospitals. There are no Musk libraries. This guy could literally save the world, and yet all he does is collect baby mamas like Infinity Stones. This guy fucking sucks.
So Elon Musk is now officially a trillionaire, and that's actually insane. It was one thing to be a billionaire with hundreds of billions, but like a trillionaire, there are people who are starving. And I know that this is things that people always say, oh, well, we need to, no, but like literally like having trillions of dollars or $1 trillion. But people are literally going hungry every single day. People can't eat. Stores are throwing out food because it's going bad, but they also don't want people who are homeless or people who are starving to eat that food for free. People who need healthcare but can't afford it. People who are literally not living in a house.
See, this is the mentality that they've been trying. They've been trying to do this for the longest. They've been trying to turn America communist for the longest, since the early 1900s. They've been trying to merge American mentality with communism, because they know it would destroy America. And so now you have it. That mentality is deeply rooted in America, where they think that working hard and earning for your work is bad. These people they're insane. But go to them and say, nigga, give me half your fucking work check then, bitch. Let you go to work for 20 hours in a day, and then give me half of that check. Let's see how they would feel if you told them to do some shit. Go to work for 80 hours a week and give me half of your money for that week. Well, I sat on the goddamn couch and watched Banshee all week. Shout out to Banshee. Banshee's one of the dopest goddamn TV shows of all time. Goddamn, shout out to Lucas Hood. Lucas Hood and Banshee. I'm watching Banshee right now. I'm doing a rewatch of Banshee right now. That's why I mentioned it. Goddamn, that show is so goddamn good. Shout out to Banshee and Kai Proctor, goddamn Amish gangster. One of the dopest goddamn gangsters of all time. Fucking Amish nigga. But so this is the mentality that you have now. And there's no way that he would give up half of his check if you went and told him to do that. But it's the same thing, what he's telling Elon to do. But because Elon got $1 trillion, Elon's supposed to give up his money. It's fucking the same. But he don't have $1 trillion. He only has a few million in the bank and trillion on paper. So these motherfuckers is crazy. And real quick, yo, shout out to Leah and her son George. Shout out. Thank you for the CashApp. And this is especially for George. We the same, George. Shout out to you, brother.
May the Force be with you.
Give you one more of those, George, since you love Star Wars.
May the Force be with you.
Shout out to you, George. Shout out to Leah and her son, George, who loves the Star Wars button. Shout out to you, young brother. So, here we go.
There are all these abandoned buildings and all of these vacant, empty buildings just everywhere throughout the country. Literally, it is actually so crazy that is what we're having right now. And then they're saying that he is the first trillionaire, which I'm kind of like, I don't really know about that. In my opinion, I feel like the first trillionaire or a person with an unquantifiable amount of money was a black man named Mansa Musa. So that's what I'm going to continue to believe for the entirety of my life. But that actually just is so insane to me. Like, especially during the times that we're currently in, it's like $1 trillion. And I know that it's because of how his companies are valued and all of those things. Like, I know it doesn't just mean he has $1 trillion in cash. I understand that. But still, that is insane.
No, ain't no still.
Being a trillionaire?
No, ain't no still, motherfucker. He don't have $1 trillion in cash. So what are you ranting about? He don't have $1 trillion that he can just go and grab and start handing it out on the street. He don't have that. And then all of his stocks are what pumps up his businesses. So he can't just go cash out his goddamn stock, because if he did that, the businesses would fail. Like, these people are dumb. He has the majority of stock in most of his businesses. So if he goes cash out those stocks, nigga, the businesses fall. Like, these people are really dumb. They're so financially illiterate, they don't understand shit, which is why, again, America's on the downfall with dumbass people like this. It's happening. So I'm going to say shout out to Elon. Let me hold something, Eleazy. Let me hold a little something, Eleazy. Come on, my nigga. Come on, Eleazy. But no, again, Elon's one of them cats who works his ass off. He works hard as fuck. Nigga sleeps on the floor of his businesses. He ain't just like sitting back, letting everybody else do his business. That nigga's there. You go ask him everything about SpaceX. He knows everything about SpaceX. He's not like a dude who comes and told something in a briefing. You ask that nigga anything about SpaceX or Tesla, about the parts, how the parts work, where they came from. This nigga knows everything about his companies. So he works his ass off. To me, a nigga like that deserves whatever he gets back. When you put out that energy, again, it's karma, cause and effect. If you put that type of energy out into the universe, you working your ass off, the universe is going to pay you back. That's just how it is. Melanated people, though, we don't understand working that hard. That's why it seems crazy to us. Niggas don't work that hard. Most niggas don't. Some of us do. Let me say that. Some niggas do. We understand working that hard. Michael Jackson was a nigga that worked that hard. Kobe, nigga that worked that hard. Michael Jordan, nigga that worked that hard. There's some niggas out here who work that hard, but then you see when they do work that hard, what they get back for their hard work. It's going to be the same for anyone who puts that type of energy out into the universe. You're going to get it back. Stop whining about what everybody else is doing. Start worrying about what the hell you doing. You put your energy out there and you get it back. Stop whining about this nigga Elon and you go do the same shit. God damn. So that's it for that. Moving along. In Skittle news, only got one Skittle news story. It's a doozy though. I wasn't gonna do Skittle news. I saw that, I was like, oh, I gotta go. The Skittles are skittling this week. I had to do a Skittle breakdown because the Skittles were skittling in New York this week. So check this out. This is crazy. The new mayor of New York, this nigga, he's a communist socialist. Watch how far New York falls after they understand that you just can't keep taxing the shit out of people and you don't run things off of other people's money. You have to be innovative and build things and let those things grow and evolve into financial windfalls. So this is what happened in New York this week.
Participated in a press conference. Hi, Congresswoman. You recently participated in a press conference that is advocating for 12 days of paid leave for women who experience menstrual pain. I'm just curious. Democrats think that men are women, so would men also be afforded those 12 days off?
Why do you ask questions like that? You're a woman.
That's a good question. You with your woke ass men are women, women are men shit. That's a good question. Listen to the question.
Menstrual pain. We participated in a press conference that is advocating for 12 days of paid leave for women who experience menstrual pain.
They want 12 days of paid leave for women who experience menstrual pain. So she's saying, is that going to be the same thing for men who say they women? Because they're real women, right? So for a Transformer, for a Decepticon, is that the same thing for a Decepticon? Fucking Megatron. Does Megatron get the same deal? That's what she's saying.
I'm just curious. Democrats think that men are women, so would men also be afforded those 12 days off?
Why do you ask questions like that? You're a woman. Do you know how hard it's been for women in the workplace with a lot of, I have friends with POS. This is ridiculous that you're asking this question.
Well, I am a woman, so I'm concerned about men entering women's spaces.
Don't do that to her.
I'm just curious because you guys insist that men are women.
Genuine love and respect for women in the workplace, trying to create safety and trying to create you're sitting here trying to politicize it in a way that's around hate.
Wait. So we got to talk about the Democrats once again, showing us just how unserious they are as a party, right? They're showing us where their true priorities lie, right? And what they're concerned about in their failing liberal cities. And apparently that is Pride, right? They're celebrating Pride Month. And they're doing it in the cringiest ways possible. Clearly, this is a virtue signal to a very small group of people, but like prioritize
in the gayest city.
Them over you.
51 years of pride in the future 51st state. And both movements are rooted in the same belief. Every person deserves to be seen, heard, and fully represented. We're celebrating Pride Month in the gayest city in the world.
Is that DC? DC is the gayest city in the world. What the fuck, man? Why do y'all think that's a badge of honor to call your city the gayest city in the world? They didn't build shit in that goddamn city. What the fuck, man? They just get to take over everything. They're the most marginalized people ever. First of all, nobody gives a shit about who you fucking. That's all that shit is, about who you fucking. What are you doing in life to make anything better, to make anyone else's life better? Other than talking about who you fucking and trying to get kids to talk about who the hell. No, we ain't doing that. You have the Fruitopians have every right that anyone else has in America. You don't get to be put on a pedestal and get privileged, nigga, because you feel that you're not mainstream. You don't get to be mainstream when that stuff is not mainstream. It's not. And if it were, we would have no society. Society would die off if it was mainstream.
Yeah, so this is DC. This is the Democrat mayor openly admitting out loud what this is all about. It's all about Democrat power and control. Oh, our movement is tied together. The movement to make DC a state, which again is about Democrat power and control, is intertwined with the LGBTQ movement, right? We're one and the same old trick, okay? We have a Muslim who is a far left, radical, progressive, communist out in Michigan running for Senate in the Democrat Party. This is him celebrating pride.
I think there's a lot that we can do in the U.S. Senate. Part of that is procedural. Part of that is passing laws that are going to further increase the cost of engaging in hate crimes, further increase the cost of using...
I got it. Y'all gonna make me keep stopping. See, this is another misinformed person. Depopulation is not shit, ain't got shit to do with Elon. Elon is the exact opposite of Bill Gates. Nigga, Elon wants to populate every goddamn thing. Elon has a goddamn go out and have 100 babies type of campaign. What are you talking about? Elon wants all of you motherfuckers to go out and have babies. That's his whole big thing. Everybody should be out fucking. That's from that nigga. Everybody should be out fucking having babies. So what are you talking about? You think because these two niggas got $1 billion, they think the same? That's the same thing as you saying because another person is black like you guys think the same. Just because these niggas are billionaires don't mean they think the same. Stop doing that. Again, misinformation. Here we go.
Exclusionary policy.
Okay, engaging in censorship, right? They want to ban speech they don't like, right? This is what he's saying. This is how they help out the LGBTQ community. You know, they ban people from expressing opinions that they deem to be harmful and hateful and bigoted.
Making sure that we are protecting the freedom to pray how you choose to pray, if you choose to pray, the freedom to love how you choose to love, the freedom to be who you are. But part of that is also normalization. It's also partly being able to stand with and for people who look differently, pray differently, love differently. You know, this is the first day of Pride, a celebration of rights. I got to sit with the first same-sex couple, Glenna and Marsha, to ever be married under our state policy and not enabling them to do that. Now, there are a lot of folks who question their right to be married, but that marriage is about normalizing a set of rights under the law. Now, I'm asked often about a certain set of firsts that I would penetrate. I'd be the first Egyptian-American senator. I'd be the first Muslim-American senator. But the bigger question for me is not about being the first of anything. It's about being able to normalize that it's okay to aspire to that highest ideal of citizenship and ask people for their vote, even if people tell you you can't because of your name, how you pray, or how you show up. And I think that normalization matters culturally as well.
Yeah, so you see that, you heard that. You have a so-called Muslim here who is basically arguing that we need to normalize the far-left, woke, progressive social agenda, right? That is what he's advocating for. You have the governor of Washington, Bob Ferguson, raising the pride flag here.
My ultimate responsibility is doing everything I can, given what's going on back in Washington, D.C., to do everything in my power to uphold our values as a state, to uphold the dignity of everybody in Washington State, to defend everybody's rights in the face of the attacks that we see every single day.
God.
And look, I just want you all to know that there is zero chance at any moment in time that Washington State will ever back down from that. They will ever give in to the hate.
Look at all these fruitopian or feminine ass dudes keep pushing this bullshit. Can we get masculinity back in this bitch at all ever? Is any masculine man gonna be in control of anything ever again? God damn. This is insane, man. That's the same problem I had with the goddamn movie He-Man. Fucking it should be She-Man or Gay Man. The fucking movie was written by a woman. Stop demasculating all of the fucking masculine men in this motherfucker. This is getting, man. And this is who pushes, this is the new world they want. All these feminine ass, bitch ass dudes. easy to move around, easy to push around. It is easy to be told what to do and make feel guilty because women haven't been a part of society as much as women think they should have been. Well, you need to contribute as much. You need to go out there and die. Yeah, put your life on the line for all this shit. If you don't do that, then you ain't gonna be looked at as the same. If you don't have to go die for the same shit that men have to go die for, you're never gonna be looked at as the same. So again, these feminist niggas are fucking up.
From Washington, D.C., that we would never bend the knee to what we see back in Washington, D.C. You have my word on that. You have the word of every single elected official here today.
Yeah. So I can kind of see why some of these liberal dudes, these Democrats, support this, right? A lot of them are feminine, right? A lot of them are probably a part of the community, right? So this is the opportunity to openly celebrate their own sexuality, right? What they're into, okay? I'm just saying, like, you know, Democrat men tend to be very feminine, okay? So I get it. In Boston, you have a bunch of white liberals. They are singing weird songs and raising the LGBTQ flag.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Amazing. And they claim that Trump supporters are in the cult, right? Trump is in the cult, according to Democrats. This is Gavin Newsom putting out his message for Pride Month.
Pride is a celebration of community, of love, and of authenticity.
It's also the product of decades and decades of resistance of people standing in defiance of hatred and in defiance of bigotry.
Again and again, we've seen people stand up when they're told to sit down, taking on systems that seemed impossible to change and demanding better.
There has been so much progress made. It's another point of pride for this community, but the fight is still alive today. And know this, the state of California stands with you.
This community has never shied away from a challenge. So this month is a chance to recharge, to come together in unity and celebration of all of the joy this community brings.
This month, we celebrate all members of the LGBTQ community and all the many ways they've made California great.
No matter where you are or what your situation may be, no matter if you're out or not, or if you're still figuring things out, we are proud of you. And we hope that you're proud of who you are too.
Happy Pride, California.
Happy Pride, California.
Wow, incredible. I'm still trying to figure out, what are these rights that are being taken away, right? What are they fighting for? Right? Seriously, what are LGBTQ people fighting for? I don't get it. I mean, ultimately today, I think they're fighting for the same.
Hold up. He said, hold up. Appreciate you, Roger Groves. Thanks, bro.
May the force be with you.
If saying ain't so care, He-Man is gay. He's going to see it. He-Man is gay man. I'm just warning you right now. He-Man is gay man. Or Fema-man. Fema-man. A woman wrote it. A feminist woman wrote, I don't know how the hell they let a feminist woman get a hold of He-Man. Some shit that was completely made to build up hold on. Yo, Conceptual Elixirs. Appreciate you, brother.
May the force be with you.
So it was it was made basically to build up little young boys, to build up their confidence, to get them to understand, to move them into understand what being men was, and to move them into their masculinity and shit like that. First of all, He-Man was a toy. That cartoon was created because of the toy. The toy went so big after they created the toy, they was like, shit, we got to make a cartoon behind this bitch. And so they made a cartoon, and then He-Man was off the chain. Right? As far as when you was a kid, He-Man, most powerful man in the universe, blah, blah. All we know is it was white folks bullshit. Blonde man, most powerful man in the universe. Yeah, we know it was bullshit. As a kid, though, He-Man was off the chain. Let me say that. He-Man was off the chain. We ain't talking about the political shit of it. The white man with blonde hair being the most powerful. We ain't talking about that. We just talking about little kids watching He-Man. That shit was dope. And now they made He-Man into Tila. So Tila is the woman, the man. She's the man at arms who's the guard, the king's guard. Tila is his daughter. So they've made He-Man about her, the masculine woman. They've turned it into that and taken He-Man totally out of it. He's a joke. He's incompetent. He's a bumbling idiot. Like, so yeah. Sorry, Roger Grosh. I didn't mean to break it down with all of it. But He-Man is bitch man. He's bitch man, gay man. He's not He-Man. They have totally fucked it up. But real quick, here we go. Back to the Fruitopian Pride Month.
thing that all of these other so-called movements that claim that they're oppressed, right? These Marxist groups are fighting for, which is from the line with your biological sex, that's not a right, or to have kids transition and undergo sex change operations, that's not a right either, right? Those are all privileges that these people are upset that they're not allowed, right? So they, claim racism, hate, and bigotry when it's not the case, right? It's just
boldness and impact. And pride is both individual and collective. As a queer sick man, it's about authenticity.
Wow.
It's about boldness and impact.
Does he look like he about to sound like that when you get ready to? Does he sound like he is getting ready to sound? I did not expect that to come from him. Holy shit. Oh, hold up.
Pride is both individual and collective. As a queer sick man, it's about authenticity. It's about boldness and impact, and challenging the exclusionary norms, molding resilience, and remembering that our true self is the greatest power that we have. I'm so excited to welcome all of your beautiful.
Oh my God!
Amazing.
Oh my God! But let me get to the. Hold up. Where did it go? So this is New York. Here we go. I want to get to New York. Check this out. This is new. This is why New York is tripping. This is tripping in
family court and in domestic under state law. All that's needed now is
Make it illegal to call them mother and
father, branding it. Meanwhile, Democrats in New York are basically trying to outlaw mother and father, branding it quote unquote outdated.
Hochul signs this bill sitting on her desk. A new law will make it illegal to call them mother and father. Nate Foy has the details on this. Nate?
Hey, Jackie. So yeah, New York Democrats argue the words mother and father are outdated and need to be replaced with more inclusive terms under state law. All that's needed now is Governor Kathy Hochul's signature. So if Hochul approves, in New York's family court and in domestic and education law, a mother would be labeled as a gestating parent, a father.
Wow. No more mother and father designations within the law. You are a mother, you are going to be a gestating parent. Holy shit. If you're a father, you're a non-gestating parent. I will slap the living shit out of every motherfucker in New York, nigga. Everybody in New York getting slapped. I don't care who it is, even if you're straight. I'm slapping everybody. This shit go down. I'm slapping everybody. God damn it. But if you straight, you shouldn't let this go down. If you let it go down and you straight, you get slapped. Because you should not be letting this go down. And then paternity proceedings are termed parentage. Because pater means father. See, paternity proceedings, because pater, the root of parent or patriarchy or some shit like that, that means father. So they're getting rid of paternity. Wow.
Father as a non-gestating parent, and paternity proceedings to determine the child's father would be called parentage proceedings. The bill passed the state Senate this week and the state assembly back in March. Governor Hochul proudly calls herself New York's first mom governor. It's unclear if she'll support this change, though.
I'm not familiar with what was introduced late last night, so I'll take a look at it. I have until the end of the year to review them and make a decision, so I won't be commenting on pending legislation.
New York would join other states like Massachusetts, California, Connecticut, and Colorado to change the definition and wording of parents in their state laws. Democrats argue the bill is necessary to accommodate surrogacy cases and same-sex couples. Now, Governor Hochul's up for re-election this year. Her main challenger, Republican Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman, tells Fox this morning this bill is a continuation of war declared on families by Democrats. Jackie?
Yeah, and common sense, right? Common sense and norm.
That's insane. Now, hold up. Now, this is City Hall. Mandamni had a gay ball at the City Hall. He had the gay ball hall. Or the New York Hall gay ball. Goddamn. What the fuck, man?
Here's that the focus of the Democrats, the priorities of the Democrats, right, is they, them. I mean, Democrats in New York City had a whole ball, right?
Somebody said California. Yeah, I know California is long gone. California long gone. But New York, you kind of had some hope for New York. Wu-Tang. Come on, man. We had some hope for New York. Wu-Tang and all that. And real quick, he says, do I have a Spurs jersey on when I'm slapping the shit out of everybody in New York? Lakers, baby, all day. When LeBron gone. When bitch ass Bron is gone, then I get my Lakers jersey back on. But and real quick, I'm not hating on this New York team because they got some Laker ties. What's homeboy name? Josh, what is it? Josh Howard? I think. What's his name? What's homeboy name with the headband or whatever? I forgot my man's name, but the Howard dude, I think it's something Howard. he was drafted by the Lakers. Jordan Clarkson, drafted by the Lakers. Brunson is a Kobe disciple. Jalen Brunson is a Kobe disciple. Kobe was his guy. Hey, I'm good with New York right now. I'm good with New York. There's a whole bunch of Laker and Kobe influence on that team, which is why they whooping ass right now. Straight up. So I'm good. Josh Hart, thank you. Not Josh Howard. Josh Hart, thank you. Thank you, Josh Hart. Yes, Josh Hart.
City ball for they them. Okay, and this is what went down.
Oh my God. This is City Hall, y'all. This is New York City Hall. Look at them. Look what's going on. And these politicians are acting like they love it and liking it and have to clap for it and shit. This is bull. They know they don't like this. They know they don't agree with any of this shit. They wouldn't have this nigga dancing around in their living room. But all of a sudden, nigga, we got to turn into some some robots doing this shit.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Democrats love LGBTQ entertainment, right? Is that why they love Pride so much, right? Outside of power and control, right? Are they really entertained by this, right? Are they entertained by this? Now, this is not my type of entertainment, but apparently this is the type of entertainment that Democrats like.
Oh, hell no. What the fuck? Oh, my. This is disgusting. This is a big capital DIS-gusting. Ugh. I know that goddamn security guard is like, nigga. I know the security guard is like, nigga. Come on, nigga. God damn. What the fuck, man? Why the hell was I scheduled to work today? Like, nigga, why the hell was I scheduled to work today? And it'd be fucked up if he changed shifts with somebody and he just happened to have to work that day. Oh, I know that nigga fucked up.
Yeah, again, priorities, right? Priorities. Here, New York Democrats giving their little speeches, right, about Pride.
To my queer siblings, happy Pride. To our haters, give up.
Wow.
Actually, though, give up. Because if it were possible to create a world without queer people, we would have managed it by now. Throughout history, you have demonized us, ostracized us, harassed us, assaulted us, criminalized us, sterilized us, killed us, censored us, fired us, evicted us, and denied us medical care. And yet, here we are, looking fabulous. The truth is, queer people have been fighting fascism since before you learned how to dog whistle. We wear resistance like quality moisturizer. Like the iconic William Dorsey Swan, born into slavery and living under criminalized homosexuality, he pioneered the tradition of drag balls. When he and his guests were arrested during the police raids of his events, he did not suffer in silence. He fostered an equally proud tradition of advocacy for queer liberation. Nearly a century later, when police raided the Stonewall Inn, that tradition was alive and well for figures like Sylvia Rivera.
These niggas keep acting like they're getting stopped from doing shit legally. Nobody can stop you from doing anything in the law. Nothing. You just don't like people talking about your lifestyle, nigga, when you are trying to indoctrinate kids. Because otherwise, nobody would say shit. As long as you keep it in your goddamn community. But when you try to indoctrinate children or trying to indoctrinate the rest of the country into thinking like you, this is where we get off the train. Most niggas was never on the train. But if they was on the train, then they get off the train when you try to indoctrinate children and them. Like, nigga, all right, nigga, but if you want to do you go ahead and do you. I'm a libertarian. Let me say, I'm a libertarian at heart, meaning you do what you do, I'm going to do what I do. You don't fuck with me, I don't fuck with you. That's libertarian. You stay over there, I stay over here. That's libertarian. So I'm more like that. But then again, nigga, when you start crossing the line into the children, hey, nigga, we got to talk. We ain't got to talk. You got to get the hell out.
And Marsha P. Johnson to build on. They became instrumental leaders in the uprising that began a new dawn for LGBTQ plus people. See, for queer people, resilience is an art form that's been handed down through generations of found family and perfected over centuries.
Yeah. So you get it, right? He's given a history lesson on queerness.
Yeah, so New York is celebrating Pride Month like crazy. Well, they stole an election. They stole the mayor election in California. So that means the Fruitopian train is going to be, we got to deal with the Fruitopian train for at least another 4 goddamn years because they stole the election in Los Angeles. But this shit is dying down in America. Trump killed a lot of this energy. That's the one good thing he did in America. He killed a lot of this energy. They're trying to build it back up. They're really trying to get it back going during this month. They're really trying to smash out during this month, but it's no. Doesn't have the same push. Plus, they don't have the same money behind it because Trump defunded the organization that funds all of this shit around the world. So they don't have the same power behind their movement as they did before Trump got in office. So again, another good thing Trump did. You got to be an umpire. Got to call balls and strikes. You got to do that. So moving along in the science and the weird. The Disclosure Day movie. Been waiting on it a long ass time. I was hyped as hell. Bought my 9 a.m. movie ticket yesterday. The first damn movie of the day. IMAX made me pay that $26 goddamn dollars. And that movie, y'all better, if you don't want to hear how the movie was, you better leave in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop. That movie sucked ass. God damn. That movie said, and I love Steven Spielberg. He is my favorite filmmaker of all time. He is the reason I wanted to be in movies. I got into movies. I got into films. I went to film school. The reason why I wrote movies. Steven Spielberg is my #1 guy of all time filmmaker. George Lucas is special. He's not a great filmmaker, but he's special because of Star Wars. That was some shit he came up with. That's why George Lucas is special. But Spielberg is the #1 filmmaker of all time. And he shitted the bed with this. This said, I don't need to be making movies no more. God damn it, Steven! I was rooting for this too. John Williams was on the score for the movie. John Williams, y'all don't know. John Williams is the one who created the Star Wars theme and the Superman theme and the Indiana Jones theme and every other goddamn thing you can think of. John Williams created those. That nigga's the greatest movie score in all time, in all history. And this movie score it wasn't even that good. I'm like, God damn, these are the 2 greatest movie makers of all time, but they old as shit. John Williams is like 95. Steven Spielberg is 80. Like, nigga, you know, if you don't have the same enthusiasm as you did when you were young, don't make movies no more, man. Because you're just going through the motions. You're not going to do the same. So the movie, that movie, let me tell you, I even went to sleep in that bitch. I ain't never went to sleep on a Steven Spielberg movie. Steven Spielberg movie made me go to sleep, y'all. God damn. I'm like, holy shit. I thought they was going to be breaking some shit off in the movie. They're not breaking shit off. The only thing that's in the movie that you can say was kind of maybe talking about some shit, and I think this movie was made to get you as not a distraction. It's a distraction from all the other stuff, especially the Epstein files. Ever since the UFO stuff come out, you ain't heard shit about Epstein, right? Nothing. You ain't heard a goddamn word about Epstein. So then Trump releases more files yesterday on the day the Disclosure Day movie comes out. more distraction. So I think this movie was just a giant distraction. It was to get you, because they're gonna tell you that aliens exist, or they're telling you already right now. They're in the midst of it. But I think this was to solidify that idea that aliens exist. But the movie doesn't do anything really good to tell you that, because the movie is generic. The movie could have been made in 1990. Goddamn, it's really not a great movie. It has nothing new in it. The aliens are old. The aliens ain't nothing new. Nothing. The reason it questions Christianity is because he put that question in there himself to try to make it. But the aliens don't do anything to make you think to question Christianity. They don't do anything to make you think that they're better than humans or anything like that, other than a couple of mind control things. But then they go in there like, humans are going to start worshiping aliens now and stop worshiping God. It's an existential crisis for Christians. And nigga, shut the fuck up. They didn't talk about no other goddamn religion other than Christianity in the movie. Why is this going to be an existential crisis for Christians and not Muslims and Jews and Indians and all the rest of these goddamn religions? Why? They just wanted that narrative out so that you could go see the movie, to pump the movie up. This is going to make Christians question their whole faith. Like, nigga, it didn't do that, other than the fact that it just said it in the movie, but it didn't show you anything that made you do that. So, Steven Spielberg, I love you, boy, but goddamn. But real quick though, the other thing in the movie that was kind of like trying to break some stuff off, the reason I say it's a big distraction is because in the movie, when they disclosed everything about aliens, the big thing that was taking up the world attention was an impending World War III. Huh? Where have you heard that? Again, there was an impending World War III getting ready to go on, but the aggressive country was North Korea, not Iran. But funny how those two things there's a coincidence of how there's an impending World War III right now, and they're disclosing everything about aliens. But in the movie, there's also an impending World War III while they disclose everything about aliens. What a coincidence, right? What a coinky dink. Like, oh my God. So that movie was goddamn. But I saw two movies because the reason the day was so exciting yesterday because there was two movies that came out. Early in the morning was Disclosure Day, and later in the afternoon I went and saw The Furious. Goddamn, that was a complete 180 in movie energy. Disclosure Day, The Furious. God damn, the action in The Furious don't stop. They got some shit going in there. God damn. I mean, holy shit. The action just does not stop in The Furious. That's just crazy. The story is, regular generic story that you've heard before. And I don't necessarily like the ending that they wrote in there for the bad guy. But, nigga, the action. Holy God damn. Woo! The action, go see The Furious today. I can tell you that right now. Or tomorrow, whenever you get, go see that shit. If you can find The Furious in your town, go see that shit right now. That movie is off the chain. So, still moving along. I just had to get that out. There was a complete 180 in energy. First movie, sucked. Last movie, goddamn. Goddamn, boy. So moving along, still in Skittle news. Last couple things I got. Science and the Weird. The UFO files that they released. It wasn't a lot that they released yesterday. They released a video of some orbs, the glowing orbs. I did a report on that a couple of weeks ago. I didn't show you the orbs. In this one, they actually show. Let me see if I can find it. They actually show the orbs in that one, but I don't have it. Oh, it's in the article is blocked online. Yo, Joe Johnson, happy Saturn's Day to you too, bro. Thank you for the CashApp. Appreciate you, Joe Johnson.
May the force be with you.
So they just showed the orbs, and it's not a lot. He's slow releasing shit. The orbs that I saw, it wasn't a lot. It's just picture two glowing lights in the sky moving around. That's all they showed. Two orange glowing lights, ball circle lights in the sky. Just that's it. That's all they showed for that. But then there was an article though about a transparent. Excuse me. It was a transparent UFO. I was like, holy shit. So check this out. A newly released Pentagon document details an extraordinary UFO encounter reported by federal law enforcement agents who witnessed a see-through object hanging in the night sky. Nigga, see-through, nigga, goddamn. The declassified report was part of the Trump administration's third release on Friday, detailing observations of UFOs over 2 days in October 2023 in the Western U.S. According to the witnesses, the mysterious object floated roughly 15 to 20 feet above the ground and was so translucent that a star, the crescent of a nearby hill, and surrounding vegetation could be seen through it. So it was bending the light around it, but you could still see kind of like a silhouette of it or some shit. The agent compared the effect to looking through water, saying the object's shape and borders appeared distorted as if it drifted silently through the air. The transparent anomaly was the final sighting in a string of strange encounters that included glowing orange spheres, that's how I was told you today, flashing lights, and a vehicle-like object that appeared to hover above the terrain without kicking up dust. Multiple federal law enforcement agents reported witnessing the phenomenon during the 2-day period. According to the report, it started the first night with other teams reporting weird lights moving along the group's miles away. Witness one said in a statement, the account was later provided to the Pentagon's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, which is ARROW, which investigates reports of unexplained objects. What began as reports of strange lights moving in groups miles away soon escalated into a sequence of encounters that the witness said defied easy explanation. The first major sighting occurred as the agent and another team member drove through a valley area at dusk. The pair of federal agents suddenly spotted what appeared to be, this is my eyes going in and out. I told you I was dehydrated. The pair of federal agents suddenly spotted what appeared to be a large glowing sphere positioned near a hillside. God damn. It was just a circle of light that looked like a swirly pattern of bright lava. Witness one stated. According to the report, the sphere appeared sharply defined and emitted a bright glow despite the fading evening light. So again, Disclosure Day comes out. They release this stuff. They're slow releasing it. They have all the good stuff, but in the movie though, it's when they say Disclosure Day, they've downloaded all the actual alien footage and they just dump it on they're rushing to try to get to like CNN or like a mainstream news media thing, which showed how the movie made no goddamn sense and how old Steven Spielberg bitch ass is. These niggas the Men in Black, this is where they were supposed to be. They kept trying to keep them from releasing the information. They kept trying to, capture or kill the people who was trying to release the information. And those people were trying to get to a major news outlet so they could put it on TV. Motherfucker, all you had to do was upload it to the internet. All you had to do was upload it to TikTok or what is it, X or Twitter, and that would have been major news within 10 minutes. It'd have been world news within 10 minutes. But the dumbass movie is about them running from the Men in Black, the whole goddamn movie, trying to find a goddamn news station so they can release the goddamn information. I'm like, this is dumb as shit. Nigga, this is 2026. You would just upload that shit to the internet, to your phone. You would just upload it on your phone and release it to the world, which is why this shit made no sense. So, and then, that's what I'm saying, they're trying to slow release you. They're trying to get you ready. Now, I thought that they were going to tell you aliens existed. I said this, when Disclosure Day comes out, they're going to tell you after Disclosure Day. I didn't know they were going to release files on the same day as Disclosure Day, but in those files, there wasn't really much. Now, we got it. It's only been less than 24 hours since they released the files. So we got to spend some time going through them to really see what's in there. But I don't think nothing too much is in there. But that was crazy. And then real quick, a big quick service announcement. This is in the Science and the Weird. Still in the Science and the Weird. I talked to you about the flesh-eating parasites that hadn't been around since 1966. And they came back. Well, it says the flesh-eating parasite spreads to the second U.S. state as officials confirms thousands of people infected worldwide. Now, thousands of people worldwide are infected with this flesh-eating worm. What the fuck? It says multiple counties in Texas have been quarantined as a potentially deadly infestation that can infect people has crossed the U.S. border and is spreading through the South. Y'all better stay in the house. Fucking radioactive mosquitoes, radioactive ticks, flesh-eating fucking larvae. Nigga, what the fuck, man? They got flesh-eating bugs or larvae. It says a Texas Animal Health Commission has issued an animal quarantine across parts of LaSalle, Uvalde, Webb, and Zavala counties due to the spread of the New World screwworm over the last week. 4 cases among local livestock have been confirmed in Texas, and in another case, in a dog was announced in New Mexico on Monday. The New World Screwworm, they got it NWS. Nigga, what is this, a fucking rap group? Nigga, they gonna bust out niggas with screwworms. Niggas want screwworms, or somebody give me a good acronym, acronym for NWS that would match NWA. Because nigga, as soon as I saw NWS, I thought of NWA, but I can't find a good word for the W. Give me a good word for the W. Niggas want screwworms. Niggas with screwworms. I don't know. Give me a good acronym for the NWS. Because I couldn't find a good word for the W. But it says the NWS are flies that lay hundreds of their larvae in the wounds of animals and people. The parasites hatch within hours and start consuming the victim's flesh. These infestations can lead to deep, painful wounds that become infected and often result in death if left untreated. 4 Texas counties are home to over 300,000 people and are less than 100 miles from San Antonio, which has nearly 3 million people living in its greater metropolitan area. The quarantine specifically restricts the movement of all warm-blooded animals out of the designated zones. This includes cattle, horses, goats, dogs, and other wildlife. the quarantine does not apply to Texas residents in the zones yet, although people can carry the infestations, and the CDC has reported that more than 2,100 people have been infected with screwworms in Mexico and Central America this year. So not America yet, but goddamn. So stay in the house. That's what I heard. Y'all probably heard a bunch of words when I was reading. What I heard was stay in the house. Stay your ass in the house, because these are flies that land on you and lay this shit. So it's not like, you go outside, when the flies lay on you, you just think it's a regular fly. This nigga done took a shit in one of your paper cuts. He done shitted a whole bunch of kids in your paper cut. Nah, we not doing that. We not doing flies shitting in our paper cuts, everybody. Stay your ass in the house or in your car, because I ain't seeing that shit. Last thing I got. Hell yeah, that's wild in a motherfucker, ain't it? He says Elon eliminated. Y'all on Elon, huh? Elon eliminated the program that mitigated the screwworms, by the way. Y'all just on Elon's head, huh? Y'all got to find anything evil that Elon did. Y'all can't really find nothing evil the nigga did. Y'all got pick and choose. Y'all want this nigga to be Darth Vader so bad, but he not. That nigga first movie was Star Wars. He think he's Luke Skywalker. Elon's first movie was Star Wars. Anybody whose first movie was Star Wars, you trying to be Luke Skywalker. You're not Darth Vader. Nobody loved Darth Vader when they first saw Star Wars. Everybody was scared of that nigga. You became a Darth Vader fan later on when you became an adult. But if you watch Star Wars as your first movie as a kid, you in love with Luke Skywalker and C-3PO and R2-D2 and Han Solo and fucking Lando Calrissian. You in love with the good people and Princess Leia. So you like the good people. All y'all who think Elon is a bad Jedi, y'all got to keep proving it to me. Y'all got to show me y'all got to show me the proof. Otherwise, Elon think he a Jedi. Now, may he think he a Jedi and actually be a Sith? I don't know. But the nigga thinks he's a Jedi. So moving along, I just want to talk about KARMELO thing real quick and what he may be a victim of and why we're talking about this for the longest time. KARMELO was a good kid. He was a good kid, almost straight A's. Talked about it, two sport athlete. No problems with anybody. Everybody said he was good. Nobody had any problem. They could not find one person that said that KARMELO was bad. That's crazy. They couldn't find one person that said he was a bad guy because he would have been on the stand. All they had was the witnesses at the stabbing, but no character witness to say that KARMELO was a bad guy, had ever been a bad guy, had any problems with him ever. Right? So why would America think this about a kid with such a clean background and record? Why would they think this about him? And everybody says, he's racist, he's racist. Yeah, that's true. But is the racism, is it emboldened by what young melanated people are doing? Why in culture? I'm just going to say nigga culture around the world, period. Nigga culture. Nigga culture is bad. Or hood culture. We have a lot of that. No manners, no morals, no etiquette, no knowledge, no self-respect, and and apathy for all of those things. Like, we don't care about any of those things. So when we get out in public, we wrong as hell and then loud about how wrong we are in public. This shit is crazy. And then that's what they call black fatigue. Is there white fatigue? For sure. I'm about to show that too. But white fatigue is not in danger of boiling over. Why? Because whites run the world and niggas can't do anything really about white fatigue. But Caucasian people can do stuff like this. They can throw innocent people in jail for 35 years because they equate what these little young niggas are doing with all young melanated people. No matter what. And this is what FAGA has been preaching. Blacks they're just the most violent. All they do is attack white people. White people are attacked by black people, blah, blah, blah. All this and that shit. They got all the statistics about whites being attacked by black people and all that. Black people are the most violent. Bullshit. Not true. They mean street violence. This is what they're talking about, street violence. But nigga, melanated people ain't blowing up schools full of babies. Melanated people ain't blowing up bridges with people on them, not dropping bombs on whole cities, nigga. They're not doing that. But again, when you see nothing but what they teen takeovers and a bunch of melanated people running into businesses and jacking the whole store, or niggas knocking out white people in stores because they looked at them funny or called them a name. All of this stuff is nigga culture, is hood culture. It's bad shit, bad etiquette, bad morals, bad self-respect. But it's what's playing up right now. It's what's going viral right now. Even though we have a lot more melanated people not doing that than who are doing it. But when what they're doing is so sensationalized, you're going to see nothing but that being reported on. And then that affects other melanated people. That is collective karma, whether you want to think so or not. When you are in a society, when you have people who either think like you, think like you, or look like you, and they're committing atrocities, you're going to have what's called collective karma. Because because uneducated people, they will just equate all of you. They'll put you all in the same box. It's a wrong thing to do for sure. But everyone does that shit. Just like niggas do that shit with white people. One white person is racist, all white people are racist. Just like white people do it with niggas. One nigga's a thug, all niggas a thug. Asians do it. One nigga's a thug, all niggas a thug. But we do it with Asians too. One Asian racist store owner, all racist Asian store owners. So there is something called collective karma, and Asians are experiencing that right now. When the Asian dude came out, after the child dude killed that kid, and then the Asian dude came out and said, y'all can stop, y'all can boycott us if you want. Boycott this, boy, and start talking all that shit and start talking about where all the products come from. They come from China, they come from Chinese people. So then melanated people start, all right, nigga, we'll boycott. And they are starting to feel it because that nigga took that video down. And then he put up an apology video saying, oh, when I made the video, I didn't really understand what was going on. I didn't really understand, what was happening. And then he started making the distinction between Asian people. He's like, yeah, that dude was Chinese, but you can't put Chinese in the same boxes, as Vietnamese and Thailand people and Japanese and all that. Yeah, nigga. Same thing that getting done to melanated people. So there is a collective karma. So when melanated people, your children are acting like shit, dumbass motherfuckers twerking on twerking on graduation stages, taking over whole apartment buildings that they don't live at, dancing on people's cars, going to buildings where there's pools and taking over the apartment building because they want to swim in a pool when they don't live there. Victimizing all the tenants there and shit. I mean, this shit is happening. I showed all of this stuff. So when all of this stuff is happening, and that's, it's being done by the riffraff of our community, that plays on the other people who are the same age and who are not doing that. They just throw them all in the same box. And KARMELO was thrown in the same box. Young, YN, violent, thug, even though he's none of those things. And what they're trying to do is send a message to YNs that we're going to throw the book at you if you act like a goddamn animal. This is what they're calling, even though he didn't, he acted in self-defense. This is their rhetoric. You acted like you're an animal for stabbing someone for wanting to fight you. Like that was his intent. Like, motherfucker, you could have backed the fuck up off me and left me the fuck alone. It's not animalistic for you to attack somebody. No, that's not it. It's animalistic when you defend yourself. So collective karma is what happened to KARMELO And we need to get a hold of that, or we can't complain. If we're not teaching the kids to have any type of manners, etiquette, morals, self-respect, self-esteem, respect for your community, respect for your block, your hood, your family, all of that shit. They have no respect for any of it. And if that's the main view that's being put out here to the public, then we have to change it, or we can't cry about it when it's happening. You need to change it. And again, I don't know why melanated people, you have not taken over the legal system. I'm a martial artist. I'm a fighter. If you beat me with a certain style, I'm going to study your style so that I can find the weaknesses in your style. Not that I may copy your style. I'm not going to necessarily do that. I may incorporate some good things into my style, into my fighting that I find good within your style. But I'm looking at your style. I'm mastering your style so that I can find the weaknesses in your style. So that when we come up head to head again, I'm going to defeat you. Melanated people have not done that in the system. You have not mastered this system so that you can find the loopholes, the weaknesses in the system. Just like a goddamn kung fu movie. The kung fu nigga, the kung fu fighter who thinks he's a good fighter. Then he goes up and he meets with the dude with the special style, iron palm, iron finger, mantis, whatever the fuck it is, and then he get his ass whooped. Iron body technique. He gets his ass whooped. What do you got to do? He has to go off for 3 years and study the style he just got his ass whooped by. That's in every goddamn kung fu movie you ever seen in your life. Nigga get his ass whooped. He has to go learn what he got his ass. He has to go master, not learn, master the technique and style that he got his ass whooped by so he can find the loopholes in it and then beat and defeat it the next time. Melanated people, no, we don't think like that at all. But the simplest thing, we don't think like that at all. So you can't be crying when you get your ass whooped by the law and you have not done what you needed to do to learn that system and beat it. I can't get mad at somebody for whooping me with praying mantis style when I didn't go try to learn praying mantis style. Can't get mad at that nigga. And this is where we are in America. You want to defeat the master, but you don't want to go master the master style. Go watch a goddamn movie called Master of the White Lotus, Fist of the White Lotus. It's called Fist of the White Lotus. I think that's the name of the movie. It's either Fist of the White Lotus or Master of the White. I think it's Fist of the White Lotus. Somebody in here who knows your shit. Yeah, drunken style. Thank you. I think it's called Fist of the White Lotus. I think that's the movie. Somebody put it in there. White Lotus, something of the White Lotus. But that's the dude, the White Lotus dude. His name was Padme, and he was a former Shaolin monk who stole some of the Shaolin monks' techniques, mastered the iron body technique, and he was the hardest motherfucker in all the land. And then he started fighting this one little kid, started fighting this one young cat, and he was whooping that young cat's ass. I mean, whooping his ass. Every time the kid fought him, the master of the White Lotus whooped his ass every time. So he had to go back and fight and figure out the style of the White Lotus nigga. Every time. He's like, oh shit, got his ass whooped every time. Till eventually he figured it out. It took a whole goddamn movie. Eventually he figured out the White Lotus style. Did anybody put it in there? What is it called, y'all? Did anybody find the movie? What is it? Nope, you didn't find it? Is it Fist of the White Lotus? Come on, somebody. Yeah, Fist of the White Lotus. Thank you. Fist of the White Lotus. Go watch that. That's one of the greatest kung fu movies ever. It's definitely top 10 kung fu movies of all time. And so that's what he had to do. You people need to get your ass on over here and learn their style. You got to learn it. You can't be tripping and mad if you don't learn the style you getting your ass beat by.
Too many people walk through life carrying fear, not because they've done something wrong, but because no one ever told them they have rights. When you don't know the law, even ordinary life can feel like a risk. That's why we build Know Your Rights Foundation, a place where the law becomes clear, simple, and yours. Knowledge is your shield. The law is your defense. Start learning today at KYRF.org.
Get in there. KYR, we will teach you the law. We are a law school. You understand? We are a free law school. I know most of you think that things that are free are not worth the value. Trust me. We have people in here mashing on the law. Now, we could charge you niggas a couple of $100 per person, or $1,000 even per person. However, we need a law army more than we need you to pay the money. Now, we do need donations. Let me get that straight. We do need donations. However, we need to build up this law army. That's the most important thing. We'll get money, we'll get donations, we'll get grants over time. But we need you guys to learn the law so that that type of that KARMELO type of thing doesn't happen again. We can put law armies out to make sure that doesn't happen, to ensure that the legal system works right. How do we do that? You get on it. Once you understand and you know the legal system, you can be an activist for it or against it if it's doing bad. But no one can ever say when you're out there, no one can never just say you're some type of fringe activist. No, that's not what I am. We are masters of the legal system, and this legal system is fucked. And we're here to correct it. So you have to do that. And while you're doing that, get this damn great book of melanin research. You understand? Get out there and get it.
For over a century, they observed you, measured you, questioned what they could not explain. Reports were written, then filed away. Findings whispered in academic circles, yet never spoken in classrooms. Knowledge stored like a secret, visible but never illuminated. But the silence only lasts so long. Eventually, truth resurfaces. The great book of melanin research opens the door to what was gathered and concealed. Decades of studies, global reports, and scientific notes that reveal more about identity, culture, and human design than they ever expected. This is not myth. This is not speculation. This is the record they left behind. A record meant for anyone but you. Order today, and the Police Stop Law package becomes your free companion. A guide to protection, awareness, and grounding in the world you navigate daily. For a century, they studied you in silence. Now the silence breaks, and the knowledge returns home.
Yo, P from the B, appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat, bro. Hold up.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, sir. And what'd you say? He says, respect. I'm taking other classes right now. Can I take the course at my own pace? And it is videos. I don't have the time to read, unfortunately. Well, it's the Know Your Rights Foundation. We're live classes and we're a virtual platform. So there's platforms that you go to where the classes are up there and you learn from that. So you learn from both. We do 3 classes a week, live classes, and then there's the platform where you can go and you learn from the virtual classes on the platform. So you can study those at your own time. Now, when you get in here, we put this information together for you to be able to learn in a quick time. It took me years. It should take you only 3 to 6 months to learn this stuff. We had somebody get certified within 3 months. But so that means in 6 months, you should definitely have it down. Be able to go out there, smash on police officers with confidence, assert your rights, teach it to your family and your friends. So 6 months. Now, we do understand that life sometimes. So all you have to do is communicate that to us. And then obviously you can work at your own pace. But we do have you in here working to try to get you certified within 6 months. And we also have classes online, but we also have platforms like Telegram and Discord. We have information. So it's so many ways that we have for you to learn information. Like we have so many different platforms where the people are on there. You can get assistance from that, from the online classes. even from the virtual classes. We have all this stuff ready for y'all, man. We put together a law school. You understand? Saying some nigga shit. Got some law school, and then you have all the goddamn tools, the flashcards and books, and we have all the stuff. You haven't seen anybody put that together. You haven't even seen a law school give tools like that to teach you. But we have all of that stuff. And all you have to do is get over here and learn it. But if you don't, you can't complain and be crying out when the system smashes on you, because we've given you an opportunity, we've given you an avenue to be able to defeat the system. And if you don't want to take it, hey, you ain't hurting us, because, you know, the less people in here, we can focus more. However, but if you want to learn it, we will take everybody who wants to learn this information, and we will make sure you are able to protect yourself against the system. That means law cases and all, not just knowing we teach these law cases, because that's what runs the law. We're going to teach you all of this stuff, and we're going to smash on you and grill you until we understand and are satisfied that you know it. So you ain't just going to be walking out of here not knowing what you're supposed to know. So again, get over to kyrf.org/volunteers. You can sign up for this month's interview class, which will happen on the 24th. We got a few people in to make sure you get in there before we close it up. But that's how you get in there. Let me say, what'd you say? Cybraries? Not libraries, but cybraries. I guess, hey, that's the first time I've ever heard that phrase. But yo, that's off the chain. Cybraries. Great word. Yes, we got cybraries. But the live classes are with me, and then the main live class is on Sunday, where we all in here, we're clowning with me, we're clowning, talking crap, but you're massively learning. And that class lasts about 5 hours, so you can actually come to the class, leave the class, and come back, and the class will still be going. So we are in here teaching you guys, taking time out of our busy schedules to do this. Most of us in here have families and a bunch of kids hanging all over us and shit. Not me, but the other people in here, they got kids hanging all over them when they're on the Zoom and shit. I mean, we have a lot of stuff going on, but we are taking the time out of our hard schedules to do this, to teach you guys. Why? Not because we're getting paid for it, not because we're getting recognized for it. None of that stuff. We know that you need this information. Just like Carmelo needed it, Carmelo's family needed it, and anybody else who comes after that. So get over here, get at us, and get this information. But also, get over to realnagas.com, get the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy, so you can get hooked up on all this information for free. You get this information for free when you buy the hard copy right here. Again, Know Your Rights Manual, Public Official Bonds book, Constitutional Rights card, right there. Either one of those. Qualified immunity card, and and the notice right there. So you get all of those, plus you get the flashcards. So again, we are hooking you up for free. We're teaching you for free. Again, if you think of any other group of people, race of people, was being oppressed this much by a system, that and then someone came along and told them, hey, we're going to teach you how to defeat that system and master that system for free, do you think that they would be like, I'm good? There's no way in hell. I promise you, if we were offering this to any other race, we would be filled up right now. But because we're offering this mostly to melanated people, it's not closed off to anyone else. It's just with my platform. On my platform, this is mostly people who watch it. But anyone else can take the Know Your Rights Foundation. But if we were offering this to anyone else of any other race, do you know how filled up we would be right now? Teaching them the law for free. How to master this law and government. Not just law and government. Because they took civics out of school. So you need to learn all of that if you're going to be able to master it and take it over, or at least find the loopholes in it so that you can take advantage of it. So again, get over here. That's the way to support. And also you get one free t-shirt when you order. If you want to wait, you don't have to wait for the Father's Day special. You can go in there today and support Real Nagas, because again, they took my Patreon. But if you want to wait for the Father's Day special, I will be doing the Father's Day special where you get the 3 t-shirts. So I hope you don't wait. You support without the 3 t-shirts. But if you want to wait, the Father's Day special is coming up in about a week or so. But I appreciate if you support today. That's it for me, everybody. I'm hungry as hell. I have not eaten at all since, damn. I haven't eaten like damn near 24 hours. Yes, the last time I ate was like at 4 o'clock yesterday. Holy shit. That's crazy. So let me get out of here and get some goddamn food. I ain't even been thinking about it. God damn. So I'm out of here. I'm hungry as hell. Everybody, thank all my people for showing up today. Thank all the moderators. Everybody for hitting the Cash App and the super chats. You guys get another. Appreciate you.
May the force be with you.
And I'm out of here. Appreciate you, everybody. Deuces.
Real Nagas, tap in.